Hey everyone, it's John. I want to announce a really exciting series of episodes starting with these episodes today. So basically, first I want to introduce a name to you that many of you will be familiar with, but many of you will not. David Bokovoy is one of the most important interviews I've ever done on Mormon Stories, definitely top 10. David Bokovoy, raised Mormon in San Diego. He has a master's from Brandeis University in Jewish Studies and a Ph.D. in Hebrew Bible and the Ancient Near East, also from Brandeis. But what's really interesting about David is, in addition to being a true Bible scholar, raised Mormon, he also worked in the church education system for many, many years, both as a seminary and institute teacher, specifically teaching institute at Harvard and MIT, and then later moving to Utah and positioning himself to become a professor of Hebrew and ancient Near East at BYU when his career was derailed. And it's a fascinating story. David is a brilliant, special human, and again, one of the most important interviews I've ever done. Now, when I interviewed Dave, 6 or 7 years ago, it was at a time when I was chopping up interviews into 1-hour segments. So I did a series on his Mormon story, which was chopped up in, I think, 4 segments. And then I did a series on applying higher scriptural criticism to Mormon scripture, to the Old Testament, New Testament, and Book of Mormon. And that was, 3 or 4 segments as well. It's been long enough that many of you who listen today will not have heard or seen my interviews with David Bokovoy. Plus, their numbers are just really low, given that they were chopped up and released a long time ago. So we're doing something kind of special, and hopefully it'll be something new that we do in the coming year or two. So this is sort of resurrecting a few old episodes that are really important to make sure you get a chance to experience some of our honestly most valuable content of all time. And then secondly, we're doing a Where Are They Now series where we're going to be bringing people back who you knew and loved just to see what they're up to. So this David Bokovoy week on Mormon Stories, he jokingly calls it Shark Week. It's going to be a 4-part series. It's going to be number 1, a composite single episode of his entire Mormon story when he first released it. It's a must listen. I promise you it's brilliant. Part 2 is going to be David's 3 or 4-part interview all on higher criticism in Mormon scripture. I promise you're not going to want to miss it. If you want to understand Bible historicity, Old Testament historicity, New Testament historicity, and Book of Mormon historicity, you don't want to miss that second episode. A third episode is brand new. Margie and I interviewed David Bokovoy this week, where he's going to be kind of giving us an update on where his life is now. He's going to touch on mental health, on ADHD, depression. He's going to talk about marriage. He's going to talk about psychedelics. He's going to talk about his work in the prison system. It's just a lovely, beautiful, inspiring interview. And basically, the third episode is going to be about finding healing and joy after Mormonism. And then the 4th episode we just recorded yesterday with Gerardo is going to be David sharing his research on the book of Isaiah as it relates to Mormonism and specifically the Book of Mormon. He's going to talk about Avram Gileadi and the one mighty and strong Davidic servant doctrine that comes out of Isaiah into Mormonism that has been really impacting the prepper movement. But most importantly, he's going to be talking about Proto-Isaiah, Deutero-Isaiah, and Trito-Isaiah, and how parts of Isaiah that shouldn't appear in the Book of Mormon do appear in the Book of Mormon. And from a very technical academic perspective, he's going to help us understand why that's a problem and why, in his view, that impacts Book of Mormon historicity more than even DNA evidence or some of the other scientific evidence that's out there. It's a don't miss episode. This is a 4-part series. Welcome to David Bokovoy Week on Mormon Stories. And we hope you enjoy it. And please give us your feedback to let us know if you want us to do more episodes like this. Thanks, everybody. Enjoy these episodes, and we'll see you all again soon on Mormon Stories. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories Podcast. I'm your host, John DeLynn. It is November 16th, 2018. And today we are interviewing someone who I've wanted to interview for many, many, many years. I've been very patient on this one.
Yes, you
Very, very patient on this one. His name is David Bokovoy. David Bokovoy is one of Mormonism's leading Bible scholars. Specifically, I think of him as being primarily a scholar of the Old Testament, but that's not true. He does all sorts of work with the Old and New Testament. David has a master's from Brandeis University in Jewish Studies and a Ph.D. in Hebrew Bible and the Ancient Near East. He studied under David Wright, who was a Bible scholar at BYU, who got excommunicated around the time of the September 6th, or maybe a little bit after.
Right after that, yes.
Yeah, someone that we forget when we often talk about, Cecilia Farr and Gail Houston and the September 6th. But he studied under David Wright at Brandeis. Mm-hmm. He worked for the LDS Church Education System for 18 years. He was the chaplain at Harvard University, the Mormon chaplain.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
He taught LDS Institute at Harvard, Wellesley, and MIT. We should talk about the Institute. Did you ever get invited to the Institute? Do you even know what that was?
I don't.
We'll talk about that.
Okay.
David's the author of 2 books, and the one that we'll be digging into today is called Authoring the Old Testament, Genesis through Deuteronomy. And he is, interestingly, one of the co-founders of the Mormon Interpreter with Daniel C. Peterson.
Okay, we'll have to talk about that.
But I had to throw that in here. But he's also just a great guy, very well respected, and he's got an epic journey. In my view, it's rare on Mormon Stories to be able to bring someone on who's a scholar at the same level of, in my opinion, Michael Quinn or Brent Metcalf, Phil Barlow, whoever you want to add as a Richard Bushman, as a true Mormon scholar. David Bokovoy is one. Again, I've wanted to have you on for so long. So David Bokovoy, welcome to Mormon Stories Podcast.
Thank you so much, John. It's a thrill to be with you and to be able to share my story with our community. I'm really grateful for the opportunity.
Welcome to everyone who's joining us on Facebook Live. Let me explain how this is going to go. We're gonna do 2 clusters of an interview. So the first cluster is going to be just David's Mormon story. So it'll be released as its own post on Mormon Stories, and it's just going to be kind of that multi-hour epic faith journey that we're going to share with David. That will be cluster 1. Then we'll probably take a break, maybe grab a lunch, quick lunch, and then we'll come back for the second cluster, which will be applying scholarship, rigorous scholarship, or higher criticism, as this book calls it, as it's well known in the academic world, applying higher criticism to Mormon scripture. So we're going to talk about the Old Testament, specifically the Pentateuch. Is that how you pronounce it?
Sure.
First 5 books of the Old Testament. But we're also going to talk about the Book of Moses, the Book of Abraham, the Book of Mormon, and just Mormonism in general, to understand how David's work with higher criticism can enlighten us about all that stuff. We're going to get into Mormon apologetics, Mormon scholarship, church history, church transparency. We'll talk about women's issues, LGBT issues. We're going to get to kind of everything, but just buckle up. This is one of those epic multi-hour Mormon Stories journeys.
Thank you.
All right?
Yeah.
Okay. So anything you want to say before we dig in?
No.
Okay.
I'm ready to go.
All right. So let's start with your early years. What can you tell us about growing up?
So I tell people usually that I grew up as a hippie surfer kid in San Diego County. My dad actually was a hippie poet. He was a non-member of the church and was drafted, served in Vietnam, came back and met my mother, who was a lifelong member, but she was raised by my wonderful grandmother, who was raised Baptist and at that time not a member of the LDS Church. And my grandfather, who had a pioneer stock, but was very less active throughout his entire life. My mother, when she was young, had a series of really sacred spiritual dreams that left her with a very strong testimony of the truthfulness of Mormonism. As a little girl, she loved to go to church. My grandfather would not allow it, but anyway, she would try to go as often as possible. And she recalls as a young girl in primary hearing her teacher say that if she prayed about the Book of Mormon, she could gain a testimony that it was true. And she took that home with childlike faith and prayed and asked God if the book was true, and had a dream where she saw an angel and golden plates, and was left as a child with this really strong conviction of the truthfulness of the church. And interesting enough, John, when she recounts that, she says, I was raised by this Baptist mother, and my image of angels was that they always had wings. And in my dream, this angel did not have wings. And I remember feeling so surprised by this experience. So she felt a strong desire that...
What did that mean to you, that the angel didn't have wings?
What did that mean to me?
Yeah, or to her?
To her, it was a sign of the truthfulness of what she had received, that it was an authentic revelation from God, because, of course, in LDS theology, angels don't have wings. But it left this strong desire in her heart to create a family that was a bit different than the one that she had grown up in, one that would be really orthodox and strongly committed to the church. And so I was raised in a very conservative LDS home there in San Diego.
So how many siblings?
I have 3 siblings. I'm the oldest. I have a sister and then 2 brothers.
And this is in the 80s primarily? You're kind of in high school?
Yeah, I was born in 1971, so in the 70s and 80s, and yeah.
So I'm assuming the primary and seminary and young men's and young women's and Boy Scouts and all that?
Not Boy Scouts. I was able to escape that. But.
Okay. And you were surfing as a kid?
My family has always been really into this. I've got an uncle who's a very famous shaper in Oceanside, California, and that's one of my lifelong passions. Hard to do that here in Utah, but try to get down there as often as possible. And
what was your church experience and your faith experience like growing up?
So I was, my grandparents on my father's side were not LDS. As mentioned, he was a convert. And I remember getting into theological discussions with my grandfather. And I'd go stay at his house because they lived there in San Diego. My entire family was there locally, which was wonderful. But I'd spend the night with my grandparents on my father's side, and I remember one occasion specifically, just as a young boy, and I remember feeling troubled that my grandparents were not members of the church. I remember being really concerned as a child that they would not be with us in the celestial kingdom. And so I remember having a discussion with my grandfather. We were outside and by some orange trees, and somehow Joseph Smith topic came up, and he was saying some negative things about Joseph Smith and the Book of Mormon. I remember as a child saying, well, Granddad, you just need to pray about it. It's a true story. And I remember his comment. He said, "Oh, yeah, that's what it is, son. It's truly a story. It's just that."
And you're how old?
Oh man, I must have been about 7 or 8 at that time. And I remember then praying that night myself in my grandparents' house and asking God, is this really true? Is the church really true that I'm being raised with? And I felt as if the Holy Ghost spoke to me and as a child and said, it's true. Why do you keep asking? And so I definitely was religious and very spiritual as a child. As I got older, that lessened. None of my friends, especially in high school, were LDS. I should take that back. I did have one friend who was LDS, but almost all of my friends, this is in the 80s in San Diego. and were into surfing and things like that. And almost all of them used some sort of illegal drug on a daily basis.
Surfers and marijuana kind of go together, right?
Yeah, I mean, and amongst other things. I mean, this was in the '80s, so crystal meth was really starting to become popular. So I was around a lot of that. I never got involved with hard drugs like that, but I was around it a ton. And as I got older, I just it wasn't so much that I lost faith as much as I just lost interest. I'm a person who deals with obsessive behaviors, and when I fall in love with something, it's 110%. And my passions during those years were, as I mentioned, surfing and rock and roll. And
favorite rock bands?
Yeah, favorite rock bands?
Yeah.
So favorite singer-songwriter is Bob Dylan, but Bob Marley and his son Ziggy Marley are both, even to this day, great spiritual voices in my life. Huge Doors fan. Johnny Cash, Joy Division from the 80s. I don't remember those guys, but yeah, Velvet Underground, things like that.
So new wave. So 60s, 70s.
Yeah, I love it all from the 50s, 60s,
dude,
70s.
You mentioned
80s.
No classic rock, not one.
Okay,
Boston,
I'm Led Zeppelin, Beatles. Not in the 80s. I was into alternative stuff. I wasn't into the big hair.
REM?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can connect on some music. So those were my passions. So I really lost interest. Now my mother
in Mormonism.
My mother, I had to go. I had to graduate from early morning seminary, so I did. I had to go to church on Sunday. I did, and that was just an expectation. And I went without much interest.
Okay. So by 17, 18, did you feel like you had a strong testimony?
No. In fact,
did you have a knowledge of the gospel?
Oh, no. By that time in my life, if you would have asked me if I had a testimony or if the church was true, I probably would have answered, I don't even know if there's a God, let alone, the church is true. But that changed right at the beginning of my senior year.
Of high school?
Yeah, is when that
changed. What happened?
So I had a very good friend of mine, and I was sitting in an art class, one of the few classes I attended. I was a terrible student in high school, hated school.
Terrible student.
I hated school. I barely graduated from high school. I literally convinced my counselor at the end that I needed to be moved into special needs courses just to get through and to get the credits.
Wow. How do you explain that? With the Ph.D. from Brandeis, you wouldn't think a kid who barely got through high school.
I'm a person who deals with obsessive behaviors, and I just was obsessed with surfing and music and
there was
girls,
a room,
I guess.
And girls,
girls on a little bit, but mainly surfing. Yeah, there just wasn't room really in my life for education. I found it boring and something I wasn't interested in. So I seldom went, and I was there one day in an art class, and a friend of mine, very close friend, non-LDS, came up to me, and he, right before class started, and he said, David, I want to thank you. You've always been such a good friend to me. Thank you so much. And it was very awkward, a very strange vibe, and I said, of course. And he just, yeah, thank you. And class started, so we walked out. And I sat there and I picked up my paintbrush and with this really bad feeling. And so I decided that I would leave class and follow him. He didn't know it. I followed him. And this is San Diego. So, it's outdoor campuses, right? Like at BYU or something where you walk in between the different buildings. And I followed him from a distance, and he kind of went past some cubicles that were there on campus for extra room for students. And he walked out into an open field, and I stood kind of behind there, and I watched him take out a knife and prepare to take his own life. And I came around, and I won't say his name, but I came around and I just said, what are you doing? And I'll never forget the look on his face and what he said. He just said, I'm just tired. And anyway, I helped him get some of the help that he needed at that time, but it left it's a really dramatic and traumatic way to start one's senior year of high school, which is what happened to me. And I took a serious look at my life, and I thought, I don't know if there's a God. I don't know if the church is true that I've been raised in, but I know my parents are really happy. And I know that the people that I go to church with are very happy, and I want that happiness in my life. So I started in the beginning of my senior year then to study the New Testament. I went through the Gospels, and I just fell in love with Jesus, really what happened. And, then I went into the Book of Mormon, and I started taking church a lot more seriously when I went. And
what did you love about Jesus?
His love, his compassion, the way that he was concerned about the poor and the needy. That was something that I felt deeply about. We did a lot of surfing trips into Mexico, and I would come across the border at age 16 and 17 and see the poverty. Tijuana. See a lot in Ensenada down in there, and you'd see the poverty and the women on the street corners, and I was really, really moved by that, and so all these different things that connected with Jesus and the goodness of it all. And halfway through my senior year, I'm still. I had hair back then. It was fairly long, and I did have a beard, and I had an earring, and I was sitting in one of those same cubicles, a math class. And in between assignments, kids were talking, and somehow, I don't recall how it happened, but somehow it came out that I was a member of the church. And a girl that I wasn't friends with, I still remember her name, Teresa, she sat there, and the surprised look on her face was classic. She said, "What? You are a Mormon?" And every eye, John, in the whole class, turned to me and looked at me, including the teacher, I remember, and I just felt this awkward moment of silence, and I just said, "Well, yes, I am. I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I'm a Mormon." And then this girl, Teresa, said, "Oh, is that why you are always so happy?" And it hit me for the first time that the happiness that I had seen in my parents and in my ward had become something real in my own life, and people could notice it, they could see it. And I responded, yes, that's exactly why. And it was at that point that I'd say that I really gained my own testimony of the church and a desire to serve a mission.
So, did you think of yourself as happy when she said that?
Yes, I would. Yes, I did.
And did you attribute that to living the gospel?
I don't know that I thought it through to that level at that stage quite yet. Okay. I don't know that I'd quite made the connection. It was really that kind of sparked a kind of, the light bulb went off, and I thought, oh, yes, I am indeed that happy, and it is because of the gospel.
Okay. Do you think so you start studying the Bible and the Book of Mormon your senior year? Do you think you surpassed your peers in terms of biblical knowledge, or was it just sort of like a kid trying to learn and you learned some stuff? Or did you really get into it?
No, I really got into it. In fact, I started, and not only that, but then after this experience, then I began to read Hugh Nibley and
as a senior in high school.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
This would have been in 88, 89.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was like the light bulb went off and of interest and passion. And that's the way that I work. When I'm passionate about something, I'm 110%.
Okay.
And that's what happened.
Did you cut your hair or take the earring out?
No, not quite.
Shave the beard.
That actually happened a little bit later.
Okay.
I played in a band in high school, kind of a post-punk band called the Toadskins, and which we got the name out of the Anarchist Cookbook, if people know what that is.
I remember that.
Okay, so anyway, so and then I met a girl at youth conference. It was kind of a cool story. In fact, it's a great story. My best friend, not LDS, and this is the 80s, so he had purple hair, and it was like one of these, way up, sort of like mohawk sort of thing. And one day my mom came to us towards the end of the senior year, and I'm getting ready to graduate. I'm going to turn 18, and there's a youth conference coming up. And she's like, "David, I want you to go to youth conference." I'm like, "Oh, Mom, I don't want to go that. It's kind of for younger kids." And she said, "I think it'll really help you. Please go." And I'm like, "All right, but I'm going to bring Roy, who is my best buddy and non-member." She said, "Oh, I think that's a great idea," right? So we go and we walk into this dance. I'll never forget it. We walk into this dance, and I'm sure it wasn't this way, but I felt uncomfortable with the LDS kids. And I felt like walking with my buddy that every eye just kind of turned and went like this at us. And who are these guys walking in? And I'm sure it wasn't that way, but I felt that way. And when we were there and I saw this girl, she had just long blonde hair and most beautiful girl that I'd ever seen in my life. And I pointed her out to my friend. I'm like, Roy, look at that girl. And he's like, yeah, she's really pretty. Go ask her to dance. So I'm like, oh no, I'm not going to ask her to dance. I'm like, I'll walk up and she'll see me and she'll be like, hippie kid. And, she'll run. He's like, oh, all night long. He kept, go ask her to dance. And I'm like, no. And then how the DJs will do is like the last song of the night. He's like, if you haven't found that special someone, you better make your move, right? And so I'm like, all right, I better make my move. I better make my move right to the corner of the dance hall. I don't want to have somebody ask me to dance. And all of a sudden there was a tap on my shoulder and it was her.
What?
Yeah. And she, she's like, would you like to dance? And I'm like, yeah. So we start dancing and I'm like shaking and nervous. And
was it Hotel California? Was it?
I think it was Lady in Red. Because it's the 80s.
Of course, right? Lady in Red.
It
had to have been Lady in Red.
So, we're dancing and she was so kind and I was so scared and nervous to talk to her because she was just absolutely beautiful. And this is a really great story because, I asked her, I said, oh, you ever go to stake dance? She's like, all the time. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'll look for you, which I never went to those. But anyway, she was scheduled then. We said goodbye. And I was on cloud nine. I couldn't believe this girl had asked me to dance. And I, didn't really follow it up or anything like that. But she went to a different high school, same stake, but a different high school. And she was going to prom, her junior year, and with a non-member. And this guy that she's going with, which she has a crush on, he gets his cousin to call her up, and he says, okay, my cousin, he's going to rent a limo, he's getting a tux, he's taking you out to a nice restaurant. You're going to prom. You're going to have to put out, right?
Oh,
yeah. And here's this girl she hasn't ever even kissed a boy. She's got her young women's medallion around her neck, right, and everything. And just wonderful LDS young woman. And she's like, excuse me, and if that's the expectation, please tell him that I'm not interested in going. And so she didn't go, and she sat there really upset. I mean, getting her dress and everything, and she thought, man, guys are lame. Guys are so terrible. She's like, I need to find nicer guys to hang out with. And she's like, that David Bokovoy seemed like a nice guy. I'm sure he would never lay down expectations like that for a girl that she owed affection in any sense. I should call him up. And she did. And anyway, we started dating. We started dating right after then. After I graduated. And she was a great influence in my life. And she was like, she's like, that band that you're playing with, I don't know if it's really what you want to do. And you're talking about going on a mission. Maybe you should think about that. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. And she's like, maybe you should cut your hair. I'm like, okay. Anyway, it just kind of went down that way. I just fell absolutely in love with her. And, I went off to Brazil on a mission, and she went to BYU. And then we wrote, and every week while I was a missionary. And then when I came home 2 months after my mission, we got married in the LA
you
temple.
married her.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's jump back. I don't want to cut that off, but
okay.
So when you went on your mission, where would you have described your testimony as?
Oh, rock solid.
Okay. So
absolutely.
Had you, as a late teenager, prayed to get that confirmation? Mm-hmm. And how would you describe your relationship with Heavenly Father, with the church?
Very strong.
Okay.
Very strong. And
you had certainty.
Absolutely.
What was that based on? Because I tried to get that. I had a hard time getting that.
I mean, it was really based upon it was part intellectual. I felt like I'd put the pieces together, that it really made sense. That Mormonism really made sense.
Talmage and Woodstow and all that.
Yeah, it really made sense of the universe.
Nibley.
But it was fundamentally, though, just a deep spiritual joy, ecstasy, happiness, the feelings that Mormons traditionally link with the Holy Ghost. And yeah, so I was absolutely converted. There was no way that I would have left my girlfriend that I was madly in love with, that I would have left the ocean and surfing and music and I had a really good paying job at the time. There's no way I would have left that if I hadn't been 110% converted, and I was. And so I put my heart and soul into it. I mean, I could do everything. I was absolutely obedient and did the best job that I possibly could.
What was the mission? Which Brazil?
Brazil, Curitiba.
Okay.
From 1990 to 92.
Any sort of really important stories from your mission to tell that help us understand your journey, or just typical Mormon mission?
Yeah, I mean, great experiences with, giving blessings and healing. And I'll share this. Is interesting in light of the way things go down. Because I'd never studied other than on my own, Mormonism. I'd never been in a class environment where I'd taken anything seriously, and I'd never studied a foreign language ever. And I did not want to go foreign speaking. I wanted to go stateside so that I could teach in English and not have to learn a foreign language. And I felt like I was a good teacher, and that anyway. But when I went to the MTC, then I really struggled with learning Portuguese. I had a companion from Lubbock, Texas, who had a number of years of Spanish, and so within a couple of weeks, he's already like, "Hola, como a maioria das pessoas nós cremos em Deus, sabemos que Ele vive e desejamos compartilhar o que nós sentimos por Ele." And then they turn to me and they say, "Okay, Elder Bokovoy," and I'd be like, "Hola, como vai?" I just couldn't do it, and they literally went and got a tutor for me to help me with the language on the side, which is interesting in light of my career choices in the languages that I would eventually come to study. But I loved the mission. It was, in fact, I struggled at first with the language, and I remember I went on splits with an AP, and we were teaching together, and I was just a brand new missionary, and he was really impressed with my teaching skills. And I remember he said, "Elder Bokovoy, mark my words, the day will come when you learn this language, you'll be baptizing people on a weekly basis." And he was right. I mean, that's what happened. It was Brazil. It wasn't all me. Right? It's Brazil. Yeah, that's what happened.
Mormonism past couple decades is known for some of these really low quality baptisms in third world countries.
Yeah.
Did that sort of thing happen in Brazil?
Sure.
Did you see that?
Yeah, sure, we did. I mean, we tried to not go down that road. I mean, there were times when someone I could tell was interested in baptism because he thought maybe this would give him access to America. I mean, I remember some things like that happening, and we didn't baptize people, my companion and I. But that's not that we knew that. But that's not to say that everybody we baptized was, absolutely converted and stayed.
Sure. Like your mission had hundreds of baptisms a month, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So, so you left. So you finished your mission on Cloud 9. How'd you finish your mission?
Yeah, on absolute Cloud 9, and I. It was at that's where I learned to study, is on my mission, because I was so passionate about the church, about Mormonism, that I worked really hard as a missionary. I came back and I was my mom started crying when she saw me because I was so skinny, and not only because of the diet that we were eating, but I mean, we were just walking and in the heat of the day, and and knocking doors and all the things that you do as a missionary. But anyway, I worked very hard, but I wanted to study. And so I would force myself to wake up an hour and a half earlier than the, what is it, 6 o'clock? I don't even remember now what the requirement is. But anyway, I would get up, and I felt like if I did that I could read the books that I wanted to read. And for me, that was like Teachings of the Prophet Joseph Smith. That was Discourses of Brigham Young. That was Doctrines of Salvation. That was The Great Apostasy by Talmage. And I poured through everything. And I remember, as much as I loved my mission, John, I kept thinking, I can't wait to get home and to be able to just spend 24 hours a day studying Mormon scripture, Mormon history, and that's pretty much what I did when I got home.
So I had a similar experience. I got all those books, Teachings of the Prophet Joseph Smith, Doctrines of Salvation, Joseph Fielding Smith, and that really affected me, reading those books. Joseph Fielding Smith was intense.
Yeah.
Teaching that hurricanes was God punishing people, and Curse of Cain, and just, all that stuff that we attribute to Bruce R. McConkie a lot of it came from Joseph Fielding Smith. Did you adopt an Orthodox sort of theology of Mormonism?
Absolutely.
So you were a Bruce R. McConkie Mormon.
Absolutely.
On your mission.
Absolutely. In fact, that was one of the things, that actually is what will set up my first, I'd say my primary faith crisis that I've experienced in my life. That I loved McConkie. I mean, when I got home, I went and I started collecting everything that he had ever said. And this is right before the internet, right, takes off. So I married my wife in the LA Temple, and we went back up to BYU. I started at UVCC.
Oh, okay.
That's what it was. Utah Valley Community College at the time. It changed to Utah Valley State College while I was there, but I couldn't get into a 4-year school program, of course. But I started taking classes there. But in my spare time, I worked for Pioneer Book down in Provo for credit. And I started collecting the journal discourses and just everything I could possibly do. And then I would go up into these special collections through the card catalog system at BYU and try to collect everything. My two favorites were McConkie and, interesting enough, B.H. Roberts. And so I was just Xeroxing everything I could from these men and collecting file upon file upon file.
Did you get off your mission in 92?
Yeah.
So you're at BYU 92 to 93?
So no, I got off in 92 in October.
Okay.
And got married in December. And then in January, I was at UVCC. My wife was at BYU.
So you were there during the September 6th stuff. Joanna Brooks was there. Yeah. I was there. Were you plugged into Sunstone and the Toscanos and and then there was Gail Houston, Cecilia Farr, all the feminist stuff?
Not yet.
You didn't know about all that?
Not yet. What happened was I was up, just a couple of months after my mission. I was up in the archives and I was going through the card catalog, and I see this reference to Bruce R. McConkie, Eugene England, and Adam God. Mm-hmm. And I already knew what Bruce R. McConkie had written about the Adam God doctrine because I'd basically memorized that section of Mormon doctrine, right? I knew what he had said about cultist and how it wasn't true, and that this is, and how it had been explained, these odd references from Brigham Young, and Adam is our God and the only God we have anything to do with, and all these things. I understood. And so I'm like, well, I got to get this letter. And so I went up, and the secretary looked at me and she said, "Oh, I can't give you a copy of this." I said, "It's right here in the card catalog." She said, "Well, let me go get my supervisor." She went and got her supervisor. Supervisor came back with a Xerox copy for me with all of these stamps on it. Do not copy, do not copy, do not copy, right? And I sit down, and it's that now infamous letter that Elder McConkie wrote to Eugene England, where he acknowledges that Brigham Young taught the Adam God doctrine. But, he makes the statement, but he did not lead the church astray, and so it's all good, right? And in essence, right?
These are not the droids you're looking for.
That sort of thing. And I just, man, it rocked my world, John. It really did. I didn't know what to make of it, what to do. I knew that my feelings about Mormonism it didn't caused me to doubt the church, but it did. I started having negative feelings towards Elder McConkie and Brigham Young, and was wondering, well, how could Brigham Young truly be a prophet and not know who God was? That seems like kind of a big deal, right? And what happened was that shaped my whole life, really, is because I realized that I was so passionate about Mormon scripture, Mormon history, Mormon theology, that I would learn things in the process that would challenge my perceptions, my understanding of things. And so I would need to, in order to make sense of my spiritual convictions regarding Mormonism, I would have to continually shift my paradigm of understanding, the way I saw scripture, the way I saw everything. And so that's why I became converted to this idea of shifting paradigms right after my mission. And that really is, can sum up my experience with Mormonism and why I did not necessarily struggle with, when I...
It inoculated you
to
things later.
Yeah,
right?
I was able to. I'm not saying I never had a hard time with things when I learned things about the Book of Abraham or the Book of Mormon and Anachronisms and things like that, but it did not present the types of challenges that a lot of people experience when they first sit down and read the CES letter, right? Because for me, it was a very gradual experience where I learned this, I realized I'd have to shift paradigms, and I just kept going and going year after year after year.
So for that first major paradigm shift away from Bruce R. McConkie Mormonism, I went through something very similar right around the same time. I had all these honors colloquium professors at BYU that introduced me to Eugene England, Lowell Benyon, T. Edgar Lyon, who, the whole Phil Barlow, the book On a Thoughtful Faith. And they became mentors for me, so that I'm like, oh, you don't have to leave. You can become a progressive, thoughtful Mormon. Yeah. Were there any people, figures who were leaders, friends who were mentors for you to kind of give you permission or vocabulary or a literature to allow that transformation? Does that make sense, the question?
Yeah, it does. And I would say no, I didn't.
Oh, wow.
Because
you did all this in isolation.
Yeah, total.
That's weird. That's great.
Yeah, because I hadn't had exposure to any of those authors. I mean, I knew who they were, but I was all about, I literally, John, during those years, even after this faith crisis, I still was kind of in that mode where I felt like I didn't even care what Mormon scholars had said on a topic, or BYU professors. If it didn't come straight from a general authority, it wasn't something that I felt like I needed to take seriously or was even that concerned with. So, I had very little exposure to Bible scholarship or anything like that beyond things that came from McConkie or Joseph Fielding Smith, those things. That would change. When I was at UVCC, I took an institute class. And I was I'll admit, I was a little bit kind of cocky. I kind of felt like, oh, I'll take this. Maybe it'll help me with my spirituality. But I felt so well read at that point that there was nothing I could learn in an institute class or a Sunday school class or something that I didn't know before about the scriptures. Just obviously cocky, but that's kind of where I was at. And then this institute teacher knew a little bit of Hebrew. And he started writing Hebrew up on the board. And I thought, wow, I have got to learn this language now. And so while I was at UVCC, I became a great student. I did very well and developed. First, I thought I'd study psychology because, like you, I wanted to help people. And then and I liked the psychology courses, but I loved the history courses. And one day that was just like the light bulb went off in my mind. I thought, oh, I can do history. And so... That's what that happened. And I got my associate's degree and then transferred to BYU and was a history major and a Near Eastern Studies minor and did really well there. And then it was while I was there that I was in the BYU bookstore and there was a book, and I hadn't delved into really anything that LDS scholars had done, let alone non-LDS scholars, but there was a book in the BYU library, The Art of Biblical Narrative by Robert Alter, a literary scholar of the Bible. And I thought, that's kind of interesting. Maybe I'll take a look at that. And I bought the book. And it was like, wow. Yeah, this is like things I'm learning about the Bible that no one had ever taught me in church or anything like that, or through general authorities. And I fell in love with Bible scholarship right through that book. And I decided that I wanted to go to graduate school, that I would go to Brandeis University, which is a non-sectarian Jewish institution, one of the premier academic programs for Hebrew Bible. And that was the only graduate program I applied to. It's the only thing I wanted to do.
Okay, what year did David Wright leave BYU?
Oh, my goodness.
It would have been around the 93
I didn't
frame.
know him then. I can't remember when it was.
Can you back up and tell the story of David Wright? 'Cause you went to study under David Wright, is that
Yeah.
right? Okay. Back up and tell the story of David Wright, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Because that's going to play into how you decide whether or not to go study under him, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Okay, so David Wright is a brilliant, wonderful human being, a brilliant man, one of the most incredibly brilliant individuals I've ever interacted with. He's now rightfully considered one of the premier scholars of Hebrew Bible or Old Testament. And David Wright, as a young man, wanted to become a Hugh Nibley. And so he went to, so we went to Berkeley and studied there with Jacob Milgram, another famous name in Hebrew Bible scholarship. And while he was there, he started to realize that in light of what he was learning, the Book of Mormon could not be historical. The Book of Abraham had all these problems, things of this nature. And he told me that he remembered walking, lying awake at night and walking back and forth in his apartment, trying to figure out how can this be and what does this mean. It was very difficult for someone who began the study because he wanted to be another Hugh Nibley for the church. And so he already, by the time he graduated then and finished his doctorate, he had a very non-traditional view of Mormon scripture. But still a love for the community and still certainly felt Mormon. And then Jeffrey R. Holland gave a very famous talk where he said, we want BYU to become
Harvard of the West.
Exactly.
Harvard of the West.
And it was that David thought, oh, I can come, I can do this, I can teach Hebrew there. And so he was actually hired as not as a religion professor, he was hired as a Hebrew professor at BYU. And he never opened up in his classes talking about his non-traditional views. He taught Hebrew, he taught scholarship, and yet there were those within BYU who did know his beliefs, and they, anyway, that led to his termination. And
so he's at BYU.
That's at BYU.
For how many years?
A couple years, 2 or 3, I think.
And he starts teaching higher criticism, I'm guessing.
He taught a little bit of it, but not a lot. I mean, he was mainly in Hebrew, the language, and he certainly exposed students to some of those issues. Yeah.
Well, he had to. I mean, you have to do something kind of serious to get kicked out. You don't just.
Oh no! If you look at the document that identifies why he was fired, there were things like not believing in a universal flood of Noah. And wild, crazy things that would not be problematic today.
But Joseph Ely Smith wouldn't have liked that.
Yeah, I know. Exactly. So that he was terminated, and then David Wright was picked up by Brandeis University. He's the only non-Jewish professor that they've ever brought into their Near Eastern Judaic Studies program. And, BYU's loss was Brandeis's gain, and he's just a wonderful person. He just does incredible scholarship.
And how did he get excommunicated, and when did he get excommunicated?
So his excommunication was in connection with Brent Metcalf's.
Which was like 93, 94.
Yeah,
it was that book on alternative approaches to the Book of Mormon. Mm-hmm. So he published a chapter in that,
yes,
along with Brent Metcalf.
Yeah, and he had done some other things as well in Sunstone and things like that. And so he lived in a small community in New England, and yet the leaders of the church had access to had been given access to, copies of all of his publications, and with a clear mandate to take some action on this matter. So he did not want to be excommunicated, but he was. And
have you talked to him about what that was like for him at the time?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, the interesting thing is, close as we are, and we haven't had a lot of conversations about Mormonism and things like that. Yeah. We've certainly had some over the years, but a lot of people kind of think that David Wright, he kind of poisoned David Bokovoy and stuff like that. And it's nothing could be further from the truth. We actually had very professional friendship and relationship. I mean, I loved studying with him, and we certainly talked about some of those issues on occasion, but it was very rare, and there certainly was no pressure whatsoever for me to adopt any specific model about the Hebrew Bible, let alone my religion and Mormonism. That was never the case.
Okay.
So that's a little bit about his story.
Okay. So when you decide to apply to graduate school, did you know who David Wright was and what you were getting into?
A little bit.
And did anyone warn you? Oh, don't do that.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I remember. See, what happened is that I already knew that I wanted to go into church education. So I went through a pre-service program at BYU for seminary teacher training. And as part of that, they kind of line, the first day you're there, they line up all the numbers. They're like, here are all the people that want to become seminary teachers for the church. Here are the programs. And this is why it's not going to happen for you. So have a backup plan. I mean, that's literally the way they lay out the first session. So Brandeis actually was my backup plan. And it was my only one. It was the only school I applied to. And when that acceptance letter came, I remember my wife and I, we had 2 little girls. We didn't put off having children. So we're in Wymount Terrace, 2 little children, 2 little girls. And that letter came, and we cried and jumped up and down, and we were so excited. And now we face this dilemma. What are we going to do? Because this is something that both of us really wanted to go out there and have this experience. But I still felt this strong desire to be connected with church education. And in the end, the administrators in CES, they just said, look, the door's not closed for you in church education. Since you seem so passionate about this, why don't you go out and do that? So I decided, all right, that's what I'll do. I'll go get the master's and the doctorate, because what good does a master's do someone in Jewish studies, right? You got to continue on if it's really going to benefit you in some way. And so we were excited. We were getting ready to move our little family in a little moving van out of Wymount Terrace across the country to Boston, and this great adventure. And my Hebrew professor pulled me aside and he said, David, I think you should really reconsider going to Brandeis. And I said, what? I mean, it's one of the premier academic institutions in the world for what I want to study. And he said, well, they have an excommunicated Mormon there, which I knew. And he said, he is a good person. He'll never be unkind to you. But it's clearly a reflection of how critical their program is, the fact that they have hired him and he's flourishing there. And as a believing Latter-day Saint, you won't feel comfortable studying those in that manner. And I looked at him and I just dismissed that. And I said, well, thank you for your concern. And I remember I literally said this, I will never buy into the documentary hypothesis, which is what I wrote my book about.
Yeah, I know. I read it.
So I know. But I said, I'll never buy into the documentary hypothesis, but I want to understand how scholars interpret this material. I want to understand that. And he said, okay, as long as you don't buy into it, but just want to go to see and understand, you'll be okay. And I'm like, all right, thank you. And it was then shortly after that, another BYU professor that I had become close to, he approached me and he said, David, I think it's great that you're going to Brandeis, but don't study Bible. Study Akkadian, focus on Akkadian and Mesopotamian studies, or do comparative Semitics. Do something, but don't focus on Bible, because we've never had a Latter-day Saint pass through a critical biblical studies program and come out with his or her testimony. And I dismissed that too, obviously. And I said, well, I like all those other things and I am going to study them, but my love is the Bible. That's what I want to study. And that's what I did. And so and then this is what's great, John. I'm like in my first semester at Brandeis University, and I'm taking a class from David Wright on biblical and ancient Near Eastern law. Very first semester of my graduate program. And we've got slave laws like from the Bible, and we're lining them up and comparing and contrasting them. And all of a sudden I'm looking at this stuff carefully, really for the first time in my life. And I realize there's no way to make sense of this material unless we allow for different sources and strands of tradition. And once that was it for me.
And from reading your book, it's because they'll have different kind of rules for slaves depending on where you are in the Bible.
Yeah.
7 years they get released versus 7 years their wife and kids don't get released, and the money, do you leave them with money or not?
Women, everything. And it was like, and that's why in the book, that's why it was one of the first things that I wanted to expose LDS readers to were the slave laws, because that's what was light bulb for me. And once I allowed for that, I was like, okay, Bible has different sources, different strands. And once I did that, then all of a sudden I realized, and the scholarly way of interpreting this material it makes better sense of the evidence than traditional models.
So really quickly, we are going to dig into this in the second cluster of the interview, which is applying higher criticism of the documentary hypothesis to Mormon scripture. Give people an overview, if you don't mind, in just a couple minutes of what higher criticism is and what the documentary hypothesis is, to then explain how that applies to these rules on slavery.
Excellent. So the documentary hypothesis.
And let's back up if it's okay. The first I heard about this was reading Chaim Potok. So my listeners will know, my name is Asher Lev, The Chosen, The Promised. Chaim Potok wrote about Judaism's transformation into modernity.
Yes.
And you can't read a Chaim Potok book without it mentioning higher criticism.
Yes.
Which is basically Jews trying to confront this theory. And it rocked Judaism in the late 1800s. And all through the 1900s, right?
Oh, yeah.
So tell that story. Tell the story of higher criticism and the documentary hypothesis, if you don't mind.
So really it has its origins in Germany, in the Protestant tradition. Protestant scholars in Germany in the 1800s began to study scientifically, academically, seriously, the Bible, trying to make sense of discrepancies and inconsistencies in the text. Up to that time, the Bible universally had been treated as a privileged text. And what I mean by that is that it's not a normal book. You can't read it according to the normal rules that one would use to understand a book. Instead, we have to harmonize to make everything make sense, and discrepancies that are obvious or repetitions that are incongruent. These things have to be explained by gaps in the stories or what have you. So creative thinking so that it's all unified. And then that starts to change in the 1800s, right about the same time as Joseph Smith, really, with Protestant universities in Germany beginning to take a more scientific approach. And granted, as I talk about in the book, they're earlier with the Enlightenment. Okay,
I had no idea Hobbes and Paine wrote about biblical inconsistencies.
And so I say in the Enlightenment, it even has its origins earlier than that. But still, really, academically, we're talking German Protestant scholarship in the 1800s and a desire to understand these inconsistencies and discrepancies. So, for example, just take Genesis chapter 1. Genesis chapter 1 tells a creation story, and then you jump into Genesis chapter 2, and a creation, it's like nothing ever happened. All of a sudden creation happens again, but the events take place on different days, and one account uses Elohim or God as a noun, the other one uses Yahweh, or what we render as Jehovah, translated as Lord with capital letters. And so in an effort to try and understand this material, these scholars started to come together and hypothesize that there were different documents that were produced historically throughout ancient Israel's past, and those were amalgamated by a redactor or an editor and brought together at some point to create our present Pentateuch, the book of Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy.
And there's 4 main strains, right?
Yeah, in the traditional model of the documentary hypothesis, there are 4 strands or documents. All Bible scholars agree that there are different documents that compose that material. There is some debate in the academy as to how those sources line up and which one is an independent source versus a fragment. These things that scholars debate back and forth about.
And they're basically known as P, J, E, and D.
Yes.
Priestly source, Yahwistic source, Elohist source, and Deuteronomic source.
Yeah. Excellent. Thanks for reading the book.
Oh, yeah, I read the book.
Yes,
It's a really interesting book.
Thank you.
Okay, but there's no scroll that's like the J scroll, right? There's no scroll that but there's enough sort of like consistency or fluidity if you isolate and kind of chop out the Pentateuch. You can kind of, I'm guessing there are books of people who have tried to say, this is what I think is the J source. This is what I think is the
definitely.
Okay,
definitely, yeah. Yep, that's exactly correct. And that's what in my book, I wanted to do for an LDS audience is introduce them to that model. And I really wrote it from the perspective that I wanted to provide a service for my community to say that, you know what, you can be religious. You can still view this material as sacred, inspired scripture and accept higher criticism and historical scholarship.
Why historically has higher criticism the documentary hypothesis, why have they been challenging to Mormon faith in the past? So as you think about, put yourself back in that situation, both before when you're saying, I'll never accept the documentary hypothesis, and then later when you're like, oh my gosh, I have to accept it.
Yeah.
How does that then make you start wondering whether Mormonism is true?
Oh, because, first and foremost, it shows that Moses was not the author of that material. And that presents a challenge directly for Latter-day Saints because...
Why is that a problem?
Because we have the book of Moses, right, that opens up and starts off and it literally presents the opening chapters of Genesis as a revelation that Moses received on a high mountain peak. So that's challenging.
Yeah, and that part of your book blew me away because it's like, oh yeah, of course Moses wrote the Pentateuch, but then you show, it mentions Moses as what? I mean, I don't want to tell. Mentions Moses' death, right?
Yeah.
So how could Moses be the author of the Pentateuch if it writes about his own death?
Precisely. Precisely.
That's just like that was like point one. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Then who wrote it?
Yeah.
If it wasn't Moses, right?
Yeah, okay. Exactly. And it causes challenges then for the Book of Abraham, my traditional understanding of that. It presents challenges for the Book of Mormon because the Book of Mormon talks about the books of Moses on the brass plates that were brought by Lehi and his family with them into the New World. And that material did not exist in that form.
There wouldn't have been a Pentateuch in brass plates in 600 BC.
No.
Why not?
Because
the plates of Laban, right? The brass plates of Laban.
Plates, yeah.
Those would not have existed. Why? Because
the material that becomes Genesis through Deuteronomy, some of it had not yet been written, and it certainly had not yet been compiled together in the form that we have it in the Bible.
So Jews in the 600 BC weren't running around with the Pentateuch.
No. In fact, that's the another thing is that, if we just think about our understanding of ancient Israel is that we kind of think of ancient Israelites, all having their scrolls and their family home evening, like open it up, let's read from Genesis sort of thing. But the reality is in the ancient world, very few people were even literate, let alone had the means to afford a scroll of sacred text or material. It just didn't exist. So, even up into, European Western history, up until the time that the printing press is invented, less than 50% of the European population could even read. So if we go back further in time, it's just, it depends on which culture we're talking about. Ancient Athens was one of the most literate ancient societies, and even they still only maybe 5 to 6% are the estimates that scholars give of the population could read. Ancient Israel, even at the time of Christ, when you get into Judaism at that time, all of his disciples, they're even called in the book of Acts, they're called illiterate men. So, Yeah. So the idea that they had scriptures and were running around with this is just very anachronistic.
But why didn't the priest, let's just say the head priest of whatever main Israeli tribe in 600 BC, why didn't he have a Pentateuch? He could read.
Well, they did have scrolls, and some of the material certainly existed by that time period, and I discussed that in my book. And I have no doubt that there were times when the priest would open up some of that sacred material and read it out loud to the people on sacred occasions. So that certainly did take place. But ultimately, what it is that the Pentateuch of the 5 books, which are traditionally ascribed to Moses, at least in the form that they exist now, would not have existed during that time period when it takes place. So these are challenges that Mormons face then when they start to delve into these topics and try to understand it in light of their spiritual convictions regarding sacred text.
And I'm guessing just making that shift in your mind from privileged text to non-privileged text
Yes.
is a real paradigm shift for a Mormon.
Exactly.
Because you're looking for all the flaws, all the problems, all the inconsistencies, all the contradictions, all the anachronisms.
Exactly.
And it's probably impossible to just isolate that to the Old Testament.
Exactly.
And Old Testament's a problem because that's the foundation of all Mormon scripture.
Yeah.
So it's problematic both ways.
It ties into, priesthood restoration, right? It ties into, temple worship. All these things have implications that need to be considered. And that's why my professors were concerned about what I was going to do. Now, John, I fell in love with it. I mean, I fell in love with it because it made sense. And all of a sudden, even complicated books like Isaiah made perfect sense. I finally got Isaiah. I remember this and other material. And it was thrilling and it was exhilarating. And yet I felt deep within my soul that I did not want to lose the spiritual, devotional connection that I felt to Scripture, that had inspired my interest in the first place. And so even though I had gone to Brandeis with the intention of getting the master's and then staying for the doctorate, by the time I finished my master's degree, I realized that I loved this pursuit. I would continue it, but I wanted to go into church education at that point to stay in the church, to maintain a testimony. And it's kind of unusual, but that was really what it was. I thought if I'm going to do this academic, historical, challenging side to Scripture, I better keep my feet in the devotional side that inspired the interest. And what better way to do that than to teach in church education and help young people find spirituality in the context of Mormonism and those sacred texts.
So how many years into grad school did you start working for CES? And what was that audition/application process like?
So it was after I finished the master's degree. It took me 2 years. And then once I completed that, right at the end, I contacted CES. They sent out someone to observe me teaching a course. Since I'd already done the pre-service and was one of the people that they had at the top of their list that they were going to consider to hire, they let me in. I was very grateful for it and excited at this new opportunity to do something that really I wanted to do my whole life, which is, increase faith and teach Scripture.
And so you got in?
Yeah.
It's really competitive, right?
It is. Mm-hmm. Very much so. And I was very fortunate. They hired us, and I wanted to stay in Boston. I thought I'd stay there and just, teach institute and work on the doctorate. But at that time, at least, the way that church education worked, they wanted me to have 4 years of experience teaching in a release time setting. So we packed up our moving truck and we moved to Utah, and I taught seminary for 4 years.
Where?
I taught at first at Thomas Jefferson Junior High School. It's on the west side, kind of in Kearns.
Oh, here in Utah.
Yeah, here in Utah. And then I did 3 years out in Grantsville, which is just west of Tooele. There is something out there, and it's a wonderful community.
That has got to be super weird to get a master's from Brandeis, learning Hebrew, higher criticism, and then to go to some Tooele high school to teach early morning seminary.
It was.
And the CES curriculum.
It was, but in my mind, number one, I loved it, what I was doing. because I love teenagers. I love people, and I enjoyed helping them find spirituality in the context of Mormonism. So I loved doing what I was doing, but I also in my mind realized this was not the end. That for me, the end was BYU.
Yeah. Okay.
So
you anything about those 4 years you want to talk about in terms of faith or challenges from administration, people questioning your abilities? Anything interesting happened?
No, I didn't have any. There weren't any concerns with my abilities or anything, or questions of my faith or what I'd studied at all. And
you did 4 years, so you must have taught Old Testament as one of the years.
Yep.
Did you try and introduce higher criticism and documentary hypothesis to your Tooele High School student Mormon kids?
I mean, I certainly talked about textual divisions and things like that, but I very much approached seminary teaching from the sense that I wanted Latter-day Saint students to learn that they could be critically minded and spiritual at the same time, that those two things went together, and they should always go together in their life. And I have always been very careful then to bear my testimony in a way that was true to my own convictions. But, so I would say things such as, the way I would always bear my testimony, I have a strong testimony. The Book of Mormon is true. I have a witness that it is the Word of God. I have, those types of terms. But I never wanted to leave people with the impression that I know without a shadow of a doubt, with every certainty, that these things are true. I never felt comfortable with that type of language, and I intentionally avoided it. And what I found is that the youth that I worked with at least found that quite refreshing. That someone could just say, it would be open and just talk about spiritual convictions and the fact that I had questions and don't have all the answers to it. But
so you were kind of candid and open with the students.
Well, very much so, very much so.
Okay,
but without any problems or concerns. I mean, it was just a wonderful, glorious time for us. And I began teaching at BYU. I would actually drive down from Tooele, that back road, to teach in the summertime in the religion department at Brigham Young University, because that was my plan, that was my goal.
So you go back to Brandeis for your Ph.D. Is that next in your story?
Sure, yeah. So what happened was I knew I needed a doctorate to get to BYU and to have this experience, and I tried to go to the U, but they wrote back and they were kind, and they said, we just don't have the faculty to support you with your interest. So I knew I needed to go back, and so 4 years later, I was very fortunate that I did quite well at Brandeis. I finished the. You don't write a thesis for your master's degree there. You have an oral comprehensive exam in Hebrew with your professors. With Mark Zvi Brettler, who is a very famous Orthodox Jewish professor, David Wright, Zvi Abush, who's an Assyriologist who specializes in Babylonian witchcraft and magic. And I sat down and I finished it with honors, which is something that they don't typically give. And I was really grateful that I was able to have that experience and opportunity.
Okay, I just realized something. Your classmates were probably Jews.
Yeah.
Who had been reading and studying Hebrew their whole lives.
Yeah.
And you were just picking up Hebrew for the first time.
Yeah.
How do you not get overwhelmed by feeling inadequate? And then how do you thrive to equal or surpass those fellow peers when this is brand new to you? I mean, is it as remarkable as I'm making it sound as I put it together? Not to ask you to brag about yourself.
No, it was really because I studied 2 years of biblical Hebrew at BYU, and I did a semester of Ugaritic, which is an ancient Canaanite language, and so I had a little bit of background, and then I felt like really confident in my abilities. And then you get there to Brandeis, and you're right. I sat down with, and there were even some undergraduate students, that were taking graduate level courses a few times in some of these classes, and they had grown up in the Hebrew day schools and things like that, and all
yeshivas or whatever.
They had a native fluency that I don't have now. I never will unless you're raised with that. And so at first I was just like, wow, I don't know Hebrew. And I had a really there was a wonderful Jewish friend, Stephanie, who we became close, and she came over to my house, and we'd sit on the couch, and she'd listen to me read and try to help me correct my pronunciation and things that weren't quite right. And then over time, you just, with a passion, you develop it. But I did. Now, I mean, it's heavily linguistic oriented. So Hebrew and Aramaic, and then Akkadian. I did, which is the language of ancient Babylon and Assyria. Written in cuneiform script. I did 4 years of Akkadian, and then did comprehensive exams in that. So, and then I do all the Northwest Semitic languages too now. So I went from needing special help with Portuguese.
Yeah, you struggle with Portuguese.
to
which is one of the easiest to learn languages.
Yeah, I know. And but what happened was number one, I learned how to study, but number two, it was really just because I realized I wanted to read this ancient material, and I would need to have a linguistic background to do so. And so it just took a lot of hard work.
Can you speak some Hebrew for us, just so we get a sense for what that sounds like?
Sure. You can do better than that. I can do Old Babylonian, which has been dead for about 5,000 years.
Do both.
Okay. So here's this from the Coda Hammurabi. Dalnum in shamanalach makuta malmatam shudeshurim in babali makuta malmatam.
What is that? So what did you just say?
Hello. No, that's I was just citing some of the epilogue from the Coda Hammurabi, which is the oldest complete law collection, and it had an influence and impact upon the book of Exodus.
Okay.
So, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And is that a language that's spoken today anywhere?
No, it's been dead. It's been dead for about 5,000 years. So I have all these skills that are so non-practical when it comes to Semitic languages. I have a sister-in-law who went to the University of Utah, and she got her bachelor's degree in Arabic, and immediately picked up a job, working for the government, and could do things. And I'm like, well, I've got nothing really practical. If the country's ever invaded by ancient Babylonians, they'll put me on the list. But unless that happens,
I do Hebrew.
Bereshit bara Elohim vayit hashamayim vayit haaretz.
What was that?
Genesis chapter 1, verse 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So yeah, I fell in love with him.
Okay. So after you graduated, what'd you do?
Okay. So I was still in CES while I worked on my PhD. No, where were we in the story? That's why I was telling you about the honors. I did well, and so that's why it's important to mention the story, because I took a 4-year break teaching seminary, and they let me back in. And at that time, Brandeis would only accept one doctoral student per year, and I was accepted. I couldn't believe it, and I went to CES, and I said, I have this opportunity. Can I go out there? And they said, well, yeah, we need help actually with Institute. You can go out there and teach Institute for us, and then help write Institute curriculum for the church, and with the other part-time, and then work on your doctorate. And so by that time I had 4 children, and we loaded up those 4 kids and went back then to Boston. And that's when I then was able to teach at some really wonderful institutions, MIT and Wellesley College, where Hillary Clinton went to school, and Harvard. And, it was a glorious time period in my life where I developed deep friendship and love for people there in Boston, and then obviously my students.
What years were you in Boston doing Institute?
Okay, so
seminary?
My first time that I was there for the master's degree would have been 98 to 2000, and that's in about 98 to 2000. So 4 years later, I guess about 2004, and we were there for, trying to think, probably moved back here in 2010. Oh man, I hope I got those
6 years.
I got those. I hope I have those years right. But that's around that time.
What's it like, dealing with Mormon? There's sort of middle class Mormonism in the U.S., and then there's like this blue blood Harvard, Wellesley, MIT Mormonism.
Yeah.
Can you talk about what you observed?
Going to church with Mitt Romney and Kim B. Clark, who, dean of the Harvard.
You were out there
School.
in the suburbs of Boston?
Yeah, I was with all.
You didn't live in Cambridge?
No, we lived in Belmont.
Okay.
It's just a town of 4 square miles. They had 2 wards. And so, that's where kind of the Mormon hubbub was, at least at the time, probably still is. And so, yeah, going to.
And was that Laurel
Clayton.
Thatcher Ulrich? Was she out there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. All those great
Bushman
people.
were Bushman.
Bushman wasn't out there at the time, but he would come and make visits. And
what was that like?
It was incredible. A wonderful experience. Loved. My family loved it. My children loved it. It was just one of the highlights of our life.
What's Mitt Romney like?
I don't know him. I met him a few times, but I don't really know him very well. I know his sons quite well, and they're wonderful people. They really are. I'm a liberal democratic socialist, so I don't necessarily see eye to eye with them, but they are very sincere, wonderful human beings. They are.
How are these kids at MIT and these Mormon kids at MIT and Harvard and Wellesley, how are they the same or different from other university kids?
This was what's so interesting, John. My first class that I taught, I was sent to MIT. And, I'm a language, religion, text, humanities sort of person who, when I found out that I wouldn't have to study math at BYU and we could do languages, I said, okay, sign me up for every language course. I don't want to do any math. And then I go to MIT and I'm like, how am I going to connect with these kids? And the students there at MIT were so humble, despite their brilliance, so humble, so loving, so accepting. I just fell in love with them. It was incredible. At Harvard, also the same thing. I taught year-long Isaiah courses to Harvard Law School students. Harvard Business School, I taught there, and it was great. Faithful, wonderful people.
Okay. All right. So 2004 is when I think of kind of the bloggernacle erupting.
Yeah.
And then 2005 is when Mormon Stories started.
Yeah.
Were you aware of, and then there's a lot of other stuff going on too. Were you aware of any of that stuff in the 2000s?
Yeah, a little bit. I got involved a little bit later on, but I was pretty active on those old fair boards, and that was my first introduction to you back in that time period when you were just starting Mormon Stories up. I remember you came on and were asking for people to come and talk about Book of Mormon apologetics and things like that. And
how'd you get involved in apologetics? Let's back up a bit. How did you get involved with FAIR?
So I never was officially involved with FAIR, but I was just interested in the boards to get on, and that's when I started to get to know at a personal level Dan Vogel, the critical Mormon historian, and Brent Metcalf, and other people as well. And I would interact and debate with them online, and
What role did you take? Kind of the faithful scholar?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
So
Very much a defender of the faith.
Were you annoyed at them at first? Were you fearful of them? Were you angry at them?
No, not at all.
Because those boards often got really nasty and still can get really nasty.
Yeah, not at all. I viewed them because I'd already developed a love for David Wright, and I understood where they were coming from, because I understood and respected their scholarship, and I agreed with much of it. But I had also been involved with this process of shifting paradigms of belief so that I could make sense of it and still cling to my religious convictions. So I know it was never with Dan and Brent and those famous individuals, I never once was it ever confrontational or anything. That was never part of that's just not part of my disposition.
Did you have a name you went by on the boards?
I used my own name.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
You used your own name?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it's smart, but but at the time, it's just all new. And honestly, I used my own name because I wanted to, not that my name meant anything, but I just wanted so that, people could understand my background and where I was coming from and what I studied and why I, could serve that role as a defender of the faith.
So you must have been one of the high-profile apologists by the time you had your Ph.D. from Brandeis. You knew Hebrew and all these other languages. Were you? We hear about John Gee, we hear about Hugh Nibley, we hear about David Sorensen. Did you get sort of with Daniel Peterson, Lou Midgley, Greg Smith? Did you get kind of welcomed into that crowd?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, they were always very kind to me and let that. Yeah, Dan Peterson and William Hamblin were very close friends of mine. I had studied with them at BYU, so I knew them very well and had and still do very fond feelings for those men. Yeah, and I published with the Farms Review and did a number of...
Before it became the Maxwell Institute?
Before it became the Maxwell Institute, yeah. I had tons of publications. My publications, almost all of them, though, were not your traditional apologetic pieces that one thinks of in terms of Mormon apologetics. It was like, I want to show how the Book of Mormon comes alive when read through an ancient lens. Things such as that.
Okay, so as you're navigating those years in the 2000s, did you find your testimony stretching, struggling?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Did you hit any moments of a faith crisis?
Definitely. I mean, I hit a point where it was like
What were the issues that were bugging you? Were you listening to podcasts? Were you reading?
No, it was all
Mormon
my own studies. It was all in my own studies. Joseph Smith's polygamy, obviously, his practices that I found horrific.
Did you know about that, or did you discover that at some point?
No, I knew about that for many years. I mean, I read, I'd read quite a bit of material.
Had you read No Man Knows My History early on?
Oh yeah, read Dan Vogel's Making of the Prophet.
Well, that didn't come out until like 2005, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I wish I should have brought it because I could show you Dan Vogel's book. I read Dan Vogel's book, and like every note in there is okay. Here's how I could argue against this. Here's how I could argue against that. The whole thing was just pencil of all of this.
So you read Rough Stone Rolling when it came out, and Dan Vogel's book, and did you read Grant Palmer's book, Simon Southerton's book? Yeah, you read all that stuff.
Everything.
As it was coming out? Okay.
Yeah.
And what's that doing to your testimony in the 2000s?
That material didn't shake me really because I had been able to shift paradigms so much that I just felt like, I wouldn't, to say that it didn't trouble me at all. I mean, obviously I didn't like what Joseph Smith had done in terms of his, practices of polygamy, and there were things like that, but I felt like I could understand it in terms of my religion and things of that nature. I think really what it was, though, was really a recognition of that challenged me the most was just the recognition of how my own studies specifically, if I was being completely honest, just would lead to all sorts of problems for Mormon scripture. And that was really hard.
Like what? What were some of the big ones?
Well, like, for example, what scholars refer to as Duetero Isaiah or Second Isaiah. The book of Isaiah has 66 chapters. Chapters 1 through 39 the theme is basically yell at my people because they've messed up. And then chapter 40 begins, comfort ye, my people, saith the Lord your God. And all those then beautiful, comforting passages, suffering servant motif, everything that happens. Scholars are convinced, and they're right for so many different reasons, that that material was post-exilic. I mean, it was written after the Jews were in exile, while they were in exile, and then even after they were in exile.
And that's called Duetero Isaiah.
Duetero Isaiah or Second Isaiah, and
which would have been written after Lehi left Jerusalem.
Exactly, and yet.
So Lehi leaves Jerusalem supposedly with the brass plates that contain the Pentateuch,
Isaianic material on it,
because that ends up in the Book of Mormon.
Exactly,
but he couldn't have left with it because it hadn't been written
precisely.
Yet. Okay,
and it's and not only that, it's not just that those sections of Duetero Isaiah are quoted basically verbatim through sections of the Book of Mormon. The reality is, one would be hard-pressed to find a sermon in the Book of Mormon that has not been influenced by that material directly. It's central to the structure of the entire narrative. So at first I would play with ideas like I thought, the expansion model, let's do that. Let's do the expansion.
Tell people what that is.
Expansion model, first and famously articulated really by Blake Ostler in Dialogue, and it's this idea that the Book of Mormon has an ancient core, but that has 19th century expansions added to it.
By Joseph
Smith. And so I, would to some extent would buy into that sort of model and look at it from that angle. But then you kind of strip it out and you're like, well, what if I remove all the 19th century elements of it? What do I have left? What's left? And that answer is not much. And so with these sorts of things that I would struggle with and labor with, and yet nonetheless, I just had this deep spiritual conviction that the Book of Mormon was inspired in the Word of God. So to try to make sense of that, I was struggling. I remember one time, and my dad came out to visit me in Boston, and my dad, a convert to the church, and he kind of thought he understood what was going on, and very lovingly he came to me and he said, I know why you're struggling, David. I get it. You spent so many years where you believed that you could prove that the church is true, and now you no longer can do that. And I said, oh, Dad, I wish it was that. I wish that was the case. No, it's that I can, with my studies, prove that the traditional assumptions are not true. That's why it's hard. Very difficult for me. What do I do?
That's a different deal.
Yeah, very much so.
And around what years is that?
Oh, I don't know,
Okay.
2007, 2008, somewhere around the line. So I'm still an institute teacher. I still have a testimony of the church, the Book of Mormon, everything. It's just hard because you start to wonder, at what point do I keep shifting paradigms, and then it just doesn't make sense anymore to keep going. So these are questions that I would have to ask, and anybody does that delves into this.
Any other big ones besides Duetero Isaiah? You said polygamy, Duetero Isaiah. What about Book of Abraham?
Oh, yeah.
Were you struggling with that?
Not so much, because I had already just realized that there's just no way that it's an ancient historical text. But, from my perspective, even today, I still view it very much as inspired scripture. So
that wasn't troublesome to you?
A little bit, but not at a... It's more difficult. The Book of Mormon is much more difficult because, in the Book of Mormon, you got, if the Book of Mormon is tied into, if all of a sudden, then if you question that, then it leads to, what about priesthood restoration? What about ordinances? What about, just from there on, it just...
What made you question the Book of Mormon besides Duetero Isaiah?
Oh, all the anachronisms, the 19th century components and elements.
Name some.
As I've already mentioned, the references to the Book of Moses and things such as that. The fact that it incorporates, portions of the New Testament that wouldn't have been written. Malachi. As a student of the Bible, it's just, the Book of Mormon is filled. You cannot find a verse practically in the Book of Mormon that doesn't have some phrase or word that is taken from the King James Bible that suggests that it's 19th century. So that's hard. And what do you do with that?
You didn't mention horses and steel and, all that stuff.
Yeah. That stuff never really bothered me because I just thought, there are ways of understanding it, apologetically that are not as difficult from my perspective as the actual text of what you're getting with, right? So.
That's a unique perspective.
It's still a bit different, huh?
Yeah. Most of the people that struggle don't even consider the things you're talking about, right?
Yeah, no, it's more along the CES letter type stuff, steel and horses and tapers and all these things that people
wheat and barley and all that. Yeah, but for you, it was the actual scriptural text.
Yeah, because I could look at those things and think, it's a translation issue, or just 19th century components being brought into the text. But when you're talking about all this biblical material that is, whether it's New Testament or what have you, that is brought in almost every verse that would not have been accessible, that's something that really as a believer, you have to reconcile and try to understand.
And that's something that seems kind of devastating that so many even really thoughtful Mormons don't think about. Why are, Native Americans living hundreds of years before the birth of Jesus, knowing Jesus's name, knowing his mom's name, getting baptized in his name, passing the sacrament, whatever it is that they're doing, and the actual Jews that Jesus comes from don't have that information.
Yeah.
That's kind of a problem, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I think that's well said. And it's, the Christology, which is a technical term for understanding who Christ was, is so advanced and 19th century in places as opposed to ancient, especially when we jump into historical Jesus studies, which is one of my deepest passions. So they're tough. So I would say my things that I had to struggle with were probably different than what most people encounter.
So how did you navigate that? I know Prop 8 was a big turning point for you, or at least a big notch for you.
Oh yeah, very good. So what happened was, I just put a lot of things on the back shelf and just said, whatever, I don't have all the answers. I have some answers. I don't have all the answers, but I know what I feel. I know what this text does for me. I know what this community does. I know what this church does for me, and I love it. And it's enough. And
a cynical person would go, oh, well, it's your paycheck. You are not even free to kind of take extra leaps of logic or distance from the church because your pension, your paycheck. Is that just a cynical view, or is that
a great question.
Realistic?
It's a great question. And at that stage in my life, I would say that wasn't even an issue for me. I still very much had a very strong testimony. Okay. Perhaps in some ways non-traditional in some sense, but I had an absolute strong testimony. Didn't know how everything came together. Certainly was bothered by some things, but I remember all I wanted to do was be in church education and teach for BYU specifically with those opportunities. I remember at Brandeis, this is an important story. It's situated on a hill, and there are these massive steps that a person has to walk up to get to the Near Eastern Judaic Studies department. And I remember my first day of working on my doctoral degree, and I was looking at hundreds of steps, and I'm carrying all these Hebrew grammars and Akkadian grammars and all of this massive literature on my back. And I thought, I am never going to be up there. I'm never going to get up these steps. And I had the thought come to me. I thought, it's okay. If I just keep taking one step at a time, I will be up on that hill. And that's a metaphor for my doctoral program right now with 4 children. And it's just in all the work and the languages. And you have to learn to read in French and German as well to do research in those languages and write the dissertation and everything. It seems impossible. But if I just take one step at a time, it's like this mountain, and I will be up it, and I will be where I want to be, which for me was, absolutely BYU and church education. So I don't mean, so of course there were struggles in the sense of how to make sense of it and things that bothered me. But in the end, I was still very, absolutely committed to.
You were in.
Oh, 100%.
Okay. So what, is Prop 8 the next part of your story, or what's
Sure, we can go there.
Well, no, wherever you want.
No, that's great.
I don't want to rush it.
No, that's a perfect place to pick it up.
Any CES, anything you want.
No, I never had any
administrative,
Yeah, no, not with orthodoxy concerns or anything out there. And I was very careful I understood my charge as a religious educator. It wasn't to raise all these controversial topics or things like that. I give some views, but I remember, for example, I was teaching at Institute at Harvard, and I was talking about textual divisions in the book of Genesis, and I had this student come up to me after class, and he said, "Do you believe in the documentary hypothesis?" He had learned about it in one of his college courses at Harvard. And I said, "Well, of course." And he's like, it was such a relief to him to see that his institute teacher understood it, believed it, accepted what he had learned, and made so much sense, and still was absolute believer. So so there were things like that happened. But Prop 8 was a big one for me because Okay, so I have to tell this story. Okay, this is...
Hey, tell as many stories as you want.
All right, so this is an embarrassing story, but it's so important in my narrative. My wife and I went to, and we were in Harvard Square, and here I am. I'm an institute teacher out in Boston, and I'm Harvard chaplain, and for the church, and we go to a movie in Harvard Square. I don't even remember what it was, but I remember the preview for a film that was going to come out later that year, and it was Brokeback Mountain. And after the movie was over, we walked out into that warm Harvard heat, and my wife turned to me and she said, "I feel so sorry for people who love each other but can't be together." Just something really beautiful like that. And I was angry. And I remember I said to her, I cannot believe. Now, I don't know that I said I can't believe. Maybe that's too strong. But I definitely said, I was upset at her and let her know it, that she had been influenced by Hollywood and had bought into the gay agenda.
You were there.
Oh, yeah. I told her this. And, it was shortly after that Prop 8 came along. And even though I still had those feelings, I felt Prop 8, the church's involvement, was so misguided on so many levels. And, one being that it was just an absolute waste of resources and time for the California saints, especially going back to the poverty that we see in Mexico. I kept thinking, my goodness, if we could just take some of that effort and just go down into Mexico, think about the good we could do. So they were mainly issues like that, and feeling like, you know what, people should be able to marry who they want to marry and this sort of thing, even if I disagree. And I felt like this. Well, but then when I was a chaplain, I had to do some interfaith interactions with the other non-LDS chaplains. And I remember...
Did you know Greg Epstein? He's a secular chaplain.
Yeah. Good Without God.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Was he there when you were there?
Yeah. He was there while I was writing that book, Good Without God.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Just curious.
Yeah. He presented, he told us about that book that he was writing there in one of our meetings.
Okay.
Yeah.
So other religions, Catholicism.
Yeah. Evangelical, Muslim, everything, right there at Harvard. And I was paired off with this Christian chaplain, and we had to get to know each other better.
How many total chaplains are there?
I don't remember.
100?
20? No. Probably 20.
Okay.
Something. So I had to have this meeting with this man, and we started to talk to each other. And he opened up John and just bore his testimony to me with tears streaming down his cheeks. And he said, "I want you to know that, and I want to share with you that I am gay. And I believe that God made me gay so that I can minister to the spiritual needs of the LGBT community and perform gay weddings in my church to help them." And it was at that point where it just hit me. I was just like, are you kidding me? How can we as Latter-day Saints come to this man and say, you can't perform the type of religious ceremonies, the spiritual ceremonies for your community that you feel called by God to do, and have that accepted by our secular government, when we expect the secular government to honor our religious liberties? And that's a big issue for Latter-day Saints. And that was just too much for me to handle. It was so upsetting to me to think in those terms, and it was wrong. And anyway, it was at that point. And then at the same time, one of my fellow graduate students was a young man that I got to, young man because I was old by the time I was going to graduate school, right? Who was a gay Jewish student. And I got to know it and love a gay man. And I mean, as a friend. And I remember going, and I knew his story about how he had grown up at a time period where with intense homophobia, and he would be beat up and come home and tell his parents over and over again that he had fallen off bikes, and that it would explain the bruises on his face and his body for being gay. And I went to his his wedding in a synagogue, and I saw how happy he was to be there with a partner in this. And I also realized how wrongly that Latter-day Saints traditionally look at it, because I think Mormons look at it as gay weddings as something, they don't care about God. They don't care. It's all secular. It's a spiritual, religious rite that many churches, many synagogues embrace. And if we're going to honor religious liberties, we have to honor theirs as well, even when we disagree. So all of this happened, and I then started to get to know and be more sensitive to my LGBT students. And I felt driven to help them and protect them and help them know that they had a place within Mormonism, that they could be loved and accepted and live as a gay member of the church. And that was something I felt very passionately about as a role as a religious educator.
And was all that post-Prop 8 or pre-Prop 8?
I'd say, yeah, post-Prop 8.
Okay.
During that time period.
Okay, so you start diverging in that way from the church.
Yeah. Still absolute believer, but believing that, what I still believe to this day, I still believe that the general authorities of the church are loving, kind, wonderful human beings who want to do what is right. They want to protect the church. They want to help members. They want to do what is right. And yet they don't always do that from my perspective. And that's where I was at that, with Prop 8.
Okay. All right. So how do things progress?
So it was at that point then that I had basically finished the Ph.D. and decided I needed to. It was time to move back to Utah and start teaching at BYU, which was my dream in the first place. And people will now kind of look at that and say, "Oh, how could you be so naive? Here you studied with David Wright, one of the most famous excommunicated Mormons in the church. You do historical critical Bible scholarship. You have some non-traditional views. Why would BYU ever take you?" And it's easy to frame it in that way until one realizes that BYU and seminaries and institutes are under the same umbrella of church education. CES has two branches, the more academic side, the BYUs, and the seminary and institutes. I was already in church education.
Yeah, you were in.
I was in, and I had never had any problems or concerns with my orthodoxy, in or out of the classroom. And not only that, but I had opportunities at Harvard and other places. And typically BYU, when they get someone in seminaries and institutes who has a doctorate in any field whatsoever, they're really anxious to bring them into that side because they have the devotional side of teaching that they're interested in. And at that point in my life, I'd published, I don't even know how many articles I'd published on the Book of Mormon, showing how wonderful it is to read it through an ancient lens.
Published through the
through BYU journals,
farms
through the Maxwell Institute, then later on through Sperry symposiums. I mean, a huge list of material that I'd done to show that I was a believer and what I wanted to use my abilities for. And on top of that, because it's not me, but it's because of where I studied at Brandeis. I mean, I had incredible training that allowed. So by the time I was the first Latter-day Saint to publish academically on the Bible in the Journal of Biblical Literature, which is the premier academic venue for Bible scholarship. So, I had all of this. I was teaching at BYU Education Week to, thousands of people. And it was, in my mind, it was a no-brainer. Of course it would happen.
You must have been a superstar amongst Mormon apologists. I didn't know of you in a sense back then when you were kind of doing these things. I didn't know you published for Fair and Farms, really. Mm. So, until you sent me some articles. But you must have kind of been like an up-and-coming superstar to have all those credentials and to be a faithful sort of semi-apologist.
Well, a superstar, I don't know about that. It's a kind word to use it, but I.
What I mean by that is you, and I don't know if this is true, but you get this sense that whatever scholarship Hugh Nibley or Daniel Peterson or any of those people have done, Sorensen, all that scholarship that was applied to Mormon apologetics would be sort of a laughing stock anywhere else. And so you don't get the sense that any of them were top-notch scholars in their field. Yet it sounds like you were a top-notch scholar in your field, which would really set you apart from the average flavor of the Mormon apologist scholar.
Well, that's kind of you. I had great opportunities in training, and I felt called by God, really, to do what I was doing.
But did you get a sense there was an excitement about you and people really gravitating to you and what you were doing? And
I would get lots and lots of emails on a weekly basis from people that were trying to figure out how they could stay in the church, and I would do my best to respond and help them. That happened a lot.
Okay,
that did happen a lot. And so I went to BYU, and I was there for 2 years. And
so you got in?
Well, I was, basically adjuncting, and still full time with Seminaries and Institute. So I went to CES, and I said, I want to go to BYU, and I want to move back to Utah because Boston is so expensive. And so they said, well, we'll send you back and move you back, but the only position we have available is seminary teaching. And I hadn't taught seminary in long. I'd been teaching year-long Isaiah courses. And I thought, I can do that. I'll teach seminary for a year, and then I'll go to BYU. So then I moved to take a job at BYU.
What year?
Pursue that. 2010, I guess, or so.
Okay.
Yeah, but it would have been 2010.
And what city, what high school?
So I was brought here to teach at Alta High School. And
Sandy?
In Sandy.
Okay.
But I bought a home in Orem.
Because you're going to go to BYU.
I'm going to BYU. And I get my kids all in school and everything. And then and I start teaching part-time at BYU. And I do it for 2 years, and I love it. And I feel like, oh man, this is going exactly the way that I had hoped. And my student evaluations were all higher than the already high departmental average. I feel like this is just a done deal, and I get to be with these people and colleagues. And I also, John, in my mind, I thought, I need this, because in the same way that I needed CES or seminary and institute when I finished my master's degree, because I wanted to stay engaged in critical scholarship, but I wanted to stay devotionally involved. I thought, I want to be around peers and people that engage with this, that are still completely devoted to the church, and this will be good for me, and I can be a help to the church too. And so then when my name was put up right before my name was put up for consideration, actually my name was never put up for consideration, but what happened was I started to get wind that there were some concerns by some of the teachers because of who I'd studied with and what I did, and I was asked to come in and sit down with a good portion of the faculty in ancient scripture while they could ask me questions about my belief in Bible scholarship and things like that. And so the very first question that was asked by the moderator, he said, okay, I want you to tell us, how do your views on the Hebrew Bible differ from your professor, David Wright's?
Okay, wait, this is to apply for a BYU job?
Yes, I'm getting.
And this is a panel of scholars evaluating you.
Exactly.
Names we would know, people we would know?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I'll only mention, because everyone has a story, and there are two sides to every story, and I don't want to make anyone look bad who, that doesn't have a chance to tell their side of it. But so the only one I will mention is Brian Hauglid, the very famous Book of Abraham scholar. Brian is one of my dearest, closest friends in the world. And when he heard about what they were going to do, I was the only person that they would subject. I should take that. There was only one other person that they were doing this to, and it was Corey Crawford, who had studied Hebrew Bible at Harvard. and who was interested in coming to BYU.
So this was not a traditional part of the process?
No, not at all.
It was an inquisition or something.
An orthodoxy hearing is really what it was. And Brian Hauglid was so offended that they were doing this to me, especially in light of all of my years in church education. I mean, I'm being asked questions on my orthodoxy by BYU religion professors who haven't been in church education as long as I have, right? Because, I mean, and he was so offended. He said, he came to me and he said, I'm not going to come out of protest. And I said, oh, Brian, I appreciate that so much.
Please come.
But I said, I could really use a friend there. And he said, I'll think about it. He said, but if I go, I'm not going to say anything and to join in with their questions and stuff like that.
Okay, so backing up, had you done anything controversial? Had you been on a unapproved podcast? Had you published edgy things on blogs? Had you Well, apparently that was one of the things that happened, because I remember it was really tough for me, because one of the professors that was there is a man who I developed a good friendship with. And I came to him immediately and I said, help me know what I can say and cannot say so that I don't, this is really important to me and I don't want to cause any concerns. And so I really had this open relationship, very good friendship with him. And when it was his turn to ask questions, he just blindsided me completely. And he said, how come if I search and Google your name and Joseph Smith, one of the first things that comes up is you talking on a blog saying that Joseph Smith, in your mind, it could be both pious fraud and prophet? Where had you made that comment? I don't even know. By common consent? I don't know. I mean, Mormon Discussions Board or Fair Board. I don't know. I don't know where it was even. I went back and tried to find it and I couldn't even find it. So I don't know, but I responded. I said, that's not language that I use of Joseph Smith. I don't refer to him as a pious fraud. That's Dan Vogel's theory. And I've had many conversations with Dan Vogel. And so I could see myself saying, if you're correct, Dan, and Joseph Smith, in a sense, was a pious fraud, I would still believe that he was a prophet. Yeah. But there's a level of sophistication and context there. So then one of the other teachers, after I explained that, said, well, don't you think that if one of our BYU students were to search and Google that and see that, it could cause some concerns and that their teacher is saying that? And I said, no. I said, just the opposite. I said, it would show that student that their professor understands these critical theories, has read them all, is completely familiar with them, and still believes. And I think that would help. I said, but I'm not active on social media like that any longer because I want to, I think it's best to help people in my publications and my actual teaching. And then that same professor who was a good friend of mine, he asked me the question. He said, David, do you believe God wants you to be here at BYU? And I thought, man, that is the worst question. How can you ask that? Because if I say, well, no, it's not God, I want to be here, then you're replying to a religious institution, right? How can you say no to that? No, God. What if you say yes? How arrogant is that? The will of God. Yeah, the will of and God wants to be here. And I'm like, I don't pretend to have access to the heavenly mind on this or any other topic. I said, but I'll tell you that when David Wright was fired from BYU and subsequently excommunicated from the church, it left the impression amongst serious Bible scholars that neither Brigham Young University nor the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints itself could withstand historical critical scrutiny. That was not a problem for us in the 90s. Now with the information accessibility that the internet provides, it's an issue. And so, if I want to be able to continue to publish on the Book of Mormon and read it with it through an ancient lens and show all these wonderful things, but a secular institution is not going to hire a Mormon apologist to come teach Bible. And I
feel that God opened the door for me to be able to pursue this degree, to help, to be an influence to help. And so I guess I would have to say yes, that I think God does want me to do this. But if you decide otherwise, then no hard feelings. And that was my answer. And anyway, I thought it went really well as could be expected.
This is in 2012-ish.
Yeah.
David Bokovoy's Orthodox hearing.
Yeah, exactly, 2012. And so then I found out that they did not even put my name in to allow the faculty to vote upon, notwithstanding all the years in church education and everything else. And it was...
What department would this have been?
Ancient Scripture, BYU.
Is this Wilford Griggs? Was he still there?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. But it was, John, the most devastating thing I'd ever gone through in my life. I felt like somebody had died.
You didn't even get submitted.
Yeah. And I felt like somebody
Did they tell you why? How'd you find out?
A friend of mine told me, and that it went down that way. And so I immediately sent some emails that I was just said, this is unacceptable. And it's got pretty fiery with those faculty members. And to not even be given a chance to have your name presented for a vote, I felt like somebody had died.
But nobody had sat you down and said, this is why, this is
No.
what happened, this is our concern.
No.
And was there a position open?
Oh, yeah.
What was the position?
Professor of ancient scripture. A couple,
Was there some other awesome person applying?
Yeah. A good friend of mine whom I helped get hired. But I don't want to say, oh, big bad BYU, right? The reality is, it's an institution. They get to choose who they want to hire or they don't hire. And they have that. But in light of my training and what I did and what I had hoped for and what I'd spent my life doing, it was like somebody had died in my life. And I stopped eating. I couldn't sleep. I went through a deep mourning process. And this is a really neat story, though, because what happened was my friends in Boston knew what had happened. And my wife wasn't in town the weekend that it went down, and I drove up to the airport to pick her up, and I pulled along the Salt Lake airport for her to jump in, and we looked across the other side, and two of our dearest friends from Boston were there, and we didn't even know they came in for a quick visit. Mike and Jen Thomas. And I yelled out to them, and they knew what had happened, as everybody did, and they felt so bad for me. They ran over and hugged us and embraced us. And Jen said, "What are you doing right now?" And I said, "We're not doing anything." She said, "Will you come talk to my dad?" And her dad is Ron Walker, the famous Mormon historian who participated in the Mountain Meadow Massacre book and others. And I knew Ron. I'd met him a couple of times, and I said, "Yeah, I'll go talk to him." So I came to Ron and I told him the whole story and showed him some of the emails and things that went on. And he's like, "You have to understand, these people right now are trembling in their boots, because if you were to just show all of this, it would be really bad. It'd be like front page news sort of thing." He said, "I would advise you to write one more email and tell them that you're not at war with them." He said, "It's the only way forward." And it really hit me. It was just a beautiful moment with Ron. And then Ron said this. He said, "BYU did the same thing to me. I was in church education, and it happened to me as well." He said, "And it's the best thing that ever happened to me. And the day will come, David, when you will realize that down the road that you will not be able to do the things that you want to do, that you need to do, if you had stayed there and had that experience. So it's going to be okay." It's an amazing experience, and that I'm very grateful for. And I took that advice and I wrote them the email and just said basically that we're not at war, and I disagree with your decision, but I want you to know that I'm at peace with it, and I happy to let it go. And that was it. That was it. But the problem is that I was still a full-time employee of Church Education System, but I was teaching high school students doing a job that required a bachelor's degree. And I just threw myself into that work and trying to help teenagers to the best of my ability. And I've always loved teenagers, so it was good. And I ended up developing a real passion for what I was doing, but it was still always hard. I would remember I'd see like CES friends that didn't have any background in ancient scripture or whatnot, but they were brought into and now BYU professors because what they did was non-threatening to the institution. And they're off going to the Jerusalem Center, and they're getting money to go to academic conferences and Bible scholarship and stuff like that. And I'm in the same department, I'm in the same program, just different departments, and with the training, and I would have to take days off, take vacation days, and pay for my own way to get to these Bible scholar conferences. And I'd get there, and I'd see some of these BYU guys that they'd get there and they'd go to one session on Mormonism, and then they'd spend the rest of the time like golfing or traveling or, just seeing the sights. And I'd pay my own way and take vacation day, and I'd sit there and I'd go run from one session to another. And it was devastating to see that, and to not be able to have your dreams come about that you'd worked so hard for. It was that was still very hard for me, but still I just threw myself into trying to help teenagers and doing the seminary experience.
It was 2012 was a really interesting time. I remember it because that's the year that the Maxwell Institute really targeted me through Daniel Peterson and Louis Midgley and Greg Smith, and that ended in Daniel Peterson getting kicked out of the Maxwell Institute, kind of fired, and so I don't know. Do you think? And that was right before the essays really came out, and there was just a lot of growing adversity or criticism of apologists, of Mormon apologists, of Mormon scholarship, of the church's lack of transparency, challenges to the church's truth claims. I'm imagining CES letter came out a little bit after this. 2012 was a really kind of volatile time.
Yeah.
Were you feeling that? Were you even exposed to that?
Yeah, it was. And that actually ended up leading to kind of some problems with my good friends, Dan Peterson and William Hamblin, because I was totally opposed to, the hit piece that was coming out on you. I just was like, that's not okay. I blogged about it and that this apologetics is not true scholarship, and, did some things like that. And that, of course, is when my relationship started to change a bit with them.
And that was after you had been denied this position. Yeah.
At that point, I kind of felt like I could be a little bit more open with my views, and the worst case scenario is that I'd get fired from seminary institutes and then go take a position as a professor somewhere. So I was still pretty open with my views, but I still tried to be very much a positive influence to help build the church and defend it. But I have always been really opposed to an attack aggressive style apologetic. To me, that is one of the it's the antithesis to everything I believe in that religion should be. And so I was very vocal in that, and that led to some problems. But I guess you mentioned the co-founder of Interpreter, because that's kind of when this whole thing went down.
Yeah.
So that is an exaggeration that I'm responsible for.
Sure. I said it tongue in cheek.
I think I joke about that once in a while, just because it's funny. But I guess what happened is that after. So
Daniel Peterson wants to say he wasn't fired from BYU, and it had nothing to do with me. Those are two things I've seen him like to say a lot.
Well, the first thing is that Dan was not fired from the Maxwell Institute. As far as I know, Daniel Peterson is still collecting half of his paycheck from the Maxwell Institute and half of it regular from his, department that he's in. So he wasn't fired from BYU. That is a misnomer. It's just not true. He wasn't fired from the Maxwell Institute. He was asked to, they were going to make a change in the editor position for a journal, which happens all the time. So it was blown out of proportion of really what was taking place. But
that's good to know. I didn't know he was still funded by the Maxwell Institute.
I mean, I shouldn't. Last I heard, it was that was the case. So he wasn't fired, but he has presented it that way, and others have as well. Anyway, I don't want to talk negatively about Dan or any other person in any way, shape, or form. I still have very fond feelings for Dan. I think he's a very good person. I disagree with him, but I'm sure he disagrees with me and what I do, but that's okay. But so what happened was that when that went down, I had only heard the narrative from Dan and the others' perspective, and I already was not happy with BYU, of course, and so I thought, wouldn't it be great to start an independent academically minded journal that delved into Mormon scripture and did some things like that, and it'd be wonderful, and maybe bring Dan in to start the editor. As the editor of that. And so I sent an email to Dan and Bill and another friend and just said, hey, what do you guys think about this? What do we do that? And they're like, hey, we should sit down and talk about this. And so that was really all my role in the whole thing. Then we sat down and ate famously at Olive Garden and laid out this idea, came up with the name Mormon Interpreter and Journal and things like that. And I gave them the first piece, something that I'd written and hadn't published, to start it. And part of it was to help my friend Dan. Part of it was that it wasn't so much I wanted to stick it to BYU. It wasn't that at all. It's just that I wanted to see stuff happen independent of BYU, because I didn't feel like it was an institution that could really support good scholarship on the Bible and in the Book of Mormon and those things. Well, in the course of the meeting, it became clear that the vision that Dan and others had for the journal, that it would be the Farms Review, that they would continue to deal with apologetics and book reviews and things like that. And I decided that's not something I wanted to be involved with. So I never had my name on the editor board or specific. So I was there when it was created, but I'm certainly not a co-founder or anything like that. But it's kind of funny to joke about now.
By that point, had you formed a view of old-style Mormon apologetics? And if so, can you share what that view became? In what ways were you critical of old-school Mormon apologetics? And then the second part of the question is, did you start forming a vision of new apologetics, of pastoral apologetics or neo-apologetics or whatever you might want to call it?
Oh, absolutely.
That's kind of like a fulcrum. You were kind of right there. Well,
one of the things that happened is that I got to know Brent Metcalf better. And, I had, from, being taught by, the way that I had, when in my early years, I looked at Brent Metcalf as this like dark, nefarious influence or something like that without knowing it. And then I read his scholarship and I'm like, wow, this is really good stuff. And it's wonderful stuff. And then I got to know him personally and I just fell in love with the guy. He's just such a wonderful person. And we became very good friends. And I saw the way that he had been treated.
Meaning what?
Aggressively, and the way that he'd been made out to be this villain.
The butthead thing. That Midgley and others had made fun of him in the writings of their articles.
That he'd been made out to be this villain, and here he is, this wonderful, extraordinary human being who's simply devoted to scholarship and truth. And of course, that bothered me. I was bothered. I hadn't read the piece that was coming out with you, but I could imagine what it would be. I read it later when it was released through Interpreter and in whatever form it was. And that's offensive to me, deeply, always has been.
What is?
To attack individuals, to go after individuals and their families and their life, and to question their orthodoxy and their commitment to the church as a way of defending the faith. That to me is incredibly offensive and the antithesis of what true religion should be about, which is ministry and love and kindness and service. So, yeah, that was very problematic to me. And I did hope that there would be and then I became good friends with Terrell and Fiona Givens and others who I connected with their style and approach that they were doing. And I felt that was a much better way. But in the end, I just was starting to reach a point in my life where I realized that I don't know. I don't know. It just reached a point where it was becoming a little bit more difficult to figure out where I fit into the whole picture.
Yeah. Really quick, what did when you're at BYU in the early 90s, Hugh Nibley's like this legend, and he's supposed to be one of the most brilliant people ever and the top-notch scholar and all that. Mm-hmm. Fast forward a couple decades, and it's like, I don't know, his footnotes weren't so great, and he was kind of kooky, and there wasn't a lot of substance. People like Hugh Nibley become undermined under the microscope of history as credible scholars when they're doing Mormon apologetics. And then you have Sorensen, and you have John Sorensen, you have the sort of taper defense that maybe it wasn't a horse, maybe it was a taper. Mm-hmm. It's all this kind of pseudo scholarship done by BYU scholars, but trying to justify and explain things in ways that would be, a laughing stock. Even John Gee's work, kind of a laughing stock to any non-Mormon scholar in the same field. Had you developed opinions about that type? Well, I don't know what you would call that, pseudo scholarship. I don't know what you'd call it. And
John Gee and Kerry Milstein, their work on the Book of Abraham was just antithetical to what I was doing and trying to show. That the Book of Abraham is not an ancient document, that it's something that Joseph Smith creates, nonetheless can be interpreted as inspired scripture. I mean, that's the exact opposite, antithesis, right? So that immediately brought me into conflict, unfortunately. You
didn't really respect that work of them?
No, not at all.
Why?
Well, because it was, to me, it was not addressing the most important issues that illustrated the truthfulness about the Book of Abraham's origin. So things like that. But and I'll say that at this point in my life, I've gotten rid of all of my Farms books and my Nibley books and everything like that, except for there's one that I keep, and Approaching Zion.
Approaching Zion, yeah, was good. I could agree to that.
And I love Nibley. I don't see eye to eye with most of his apologetic work. But Approaching Zion, that is a very important book to me, and I would think for a lot of Latter-day Saints. So that's still on my shelf.
But the enterprise of trying to use kind of pseudoscience to justify the scientific merit of Book of Mormon, Book of Abraham,
because
not a fan?
No, because we have to be consistent as scholars, right? You can't. And unfortunately, what a lot of apologetics will do is the apologetic take will be one of picking and choosing points of scholarship that tend to beef up the traditional claims of Mormonism while ignoring all of the evidence that works against it. And in my mind, a good scholar has to be consistent. You can't pick and choose things, especially when those to support one's traditional religious narrative.
It's kind of antithetical to what scholarship is trying to be.
Yeah, right? Absolutely.
Okay. So when you envisioned the Mormon Interpreter, it wasn't doing a lot of that stuff.
I didn't. No, I would say that I envisioned a journal that would be different and would definitely do things like my publications had in the past. And the first one that I submitted, which was like reading the Book of Mormon through an ancient lens or something that's showing it how beautiful it is to come alive in these various areas.
Okay.
But yeah, that's always been that was my passion as an apologist, not to go around the way of that things have traditionally gone in our community, unfortunately.
So there's ad hominem, there's the pseudoscience, and then there's kind of the gathering. A lot of apologists would gather evidence on people and then submit that information to their bishops or ecclesiastical leaders to try and get them excommunicated. That's what happened to me. Oh, yeah. And it's happened to a lot. Did you know about that at the time?
Yeah, and it happened to me. It happened to me. That's when I started having...
But before this orthodoxy hearing?
No, afterwards.
Okay.
It was afterwards, because then I became a little bit more open talking about online about...
Did you start blogging?
Jesus.
Did you start
Yeah, I did some blogging and things like that.
A lot of people are wondering what happened to your blog. Why'd you start it? Why'd you stop it?
Yeah. I stopped it around the time of the November 2015 policy.
And you started it around 2012 when you...
Probably. Okay. About that same... Yeah,
about 3 years.
About 3 years.
You're like, okay, I'm not... My dream of BYU has died.
Yeah,
Unleash
but it was
the Kraken.
still everything that was there to defend the church and to show that like we could accept critical models of historical scholarship, but here's a way of doing this and still being a faithful, absolute believer. I mean, I'm still a seminary teacher, for goodness sake.
Yeah.
I mean, but
What was the blog called? Do you remember?
Let's see, what was that one? When Gods Were Men.
Okay, that's right.
When Gods Were Men. And so what happened was, let's see, where were we? You were at the blog.
You start blogging 2012.
Oh, I was going to say,
Interpreter.
so then some of the things that I had said in an effort to like expose people to critical scholarship, but at the same time, then offering a way out. Things like that started to be sent time and time again to the church office building because they're like, hey, look, there's this guy, he's a religious educator and working with the youth, and look at these things that he's saying, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, this isn't even controversial. This is accepted by all scholars. We have to address this.
What types of things?
Oh, for example, like I was talking once about historical Jesus and the fact that references in the Gospel of Matthew to Jesus establishing a church are anachronistic. Jesus wasn't concerned with the church. Jesus wasn't concerned about the family. In fact, I even talked about that he, the evidence is very clear in my mind that he didn't even believe that marriage is something that would continue on into the next realm. So I'm starting to talk about these things, but then I'm like, but it's okay. Latter-day Saints can handle this because here's some scriptures that will help you make sense of this and trying to provide a reconciliation. But unfortunately, those were the things that would then be sent to the church office building. And I have nothing but positive feelings, honestly, John, about the wonderful men that I interacted with in administration and church education. I realized that these are men who did not understand my scholarship, who were concerned at times with things that were being said or this, and they did everything that they could to help me keep my job. They really did. And I'm very grateful for that because I loved my job and I loved what I was doing, and I have nothing but positive feelings towards them. So but that got exhausting for me and for them to constantly, deal with this. And I was, just kindly told, okay, you need to make a decision here. Either you're going to be a seminary teacher or you're going to be a critical biblical scholar. You can't do both. And I had always felt like I could do both. And so it was at that point where I just said, okay, I'll be a seminary teacher. And I stopped blogging and doing things like that.
Was that after your daughter had come out to you and you had written some blog posts about LGBT stuff?
Yeah, that was after that.
Do you want to talk about that at all? Or?
Yeah, we should jump into that now.
Okay.
So I was absolutely, I had shifted paradigms and done things, but I mean,
still at Alta High School?
Still at Alta or Jordan. I can't remember which one.
You must have got to resent that commute.
Yeah, but then it was great though, because this was great. I should mention this is that right when the BYU thing exploded, the University of Utah needed help with Hebrew. And so they brought me in as a Hebrew professor or instructor in the language and literature program. And I did that for a year. And then that opened the door to do a postdoc in Mormon studies. And I was able to teach the Book of Mormon as literature.
Bob Goldstein? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You did that.
Yeah. So I taught the Book of Mormon as literature, which was the first time that the Book of Mormon had ever been analyzed in a secular academic context for an entire semester. It was a wonderful experience. I loved being at the U. It was great. And then at that point, and then when the U thing was starting to dry up, then I was contacted by Utah State University and I was hired as their online professor of Bible and Jewish studies. So I always kept my foot both in devotional teaching and in academia, so I felt like I could do both and I could do both very successfully. And it's something I wanted to do, but administrators didn't feel that way, and that's their right. There's their stewardship. And so I committed to do that. Now, then with my daughter and how that came about, I had a number of gay students, of course, over the years, and and that I loved and tried to help make space for, not only in the class, but in our community and in our church. And then when the November 2015 policy came out and I read it, I was devastated beyond words. I cannot even describe. It was way worse than the BYU experience for me. I remember, John, that Sunday morning, I got up early after, the thing. I can't remember what came out on Thursday or whatever it was.
Wait, do you want to talk about your daughter coming out to you first?
This is after.
Okay.
It's connected, yeah.
Okay, got it. Sorry.
So I'm glad you asked that, because it's actually important. A lot of people think, oh my goodness, David Bokovoy I'm sorry to refer to myself in the third person, but David Bokovoy he was hurt by the church because he had a gay daughter. That's not what happened.
Okay, yeah.
That is not what happened. We already talked about how I'd become a Mormon ally, a really strong Mormon ally. I'd gone from homophobia to, we have to do everything we can to love and embrace LGBTQ people and help them become members of be successful, happy members of the church. And then when that November 2000 policy came out, I remember that Sunday morning sitting down at my computer, and I read an article where this a person, I can't remember who it was, but he wrote in response to Elder Christofferson's statement that this was done to protect the children. And the piece that this man wrote, he said, where was the protection when I was praying to God every night as a child to please change me. And I just sat there reading that, and John and I wept like a child. I mean, I just cried and cried. I could not stop crying. And I knew that this policy was wrong. And it just hurt so bad. And it was at that point where I act for the first time ever in my life, where I said, maybe I can't go on as a religious educator. Maybe I cannot. What I am doing is not going to help people. And I'd say that's the biggest faith crisis I ever faced in my life, because what I devoted my whole life to, is this a healthy, good thing to do in light of this? And I went to administrators in church education, and I said, I have to be completely open and honest with you. And I wanted to use language that they would understand. And I said, I know with every fiber of my being that this policy is wrong, that it is not of God. And they said, well, what are we going to do with you now? And we talked, and they were very kind and loving and trying to help me out. And I, trying to figure this out. Well, my middle daughter, Rebecca, was studying at Utah State at the time. And I was the online professor, part-time work for Utah State University. And I had to go out for a meeting, and we went out to lunch we went out to dinner, and she'd been away for about a semester, and she said, Dad, I want to talk to you. And she said, I could not ask for better parents for who I am. And she said, your openness of the pain that you are going through over this policy, even at the possible loss of your career, has given me the courage to share with you who I am. I am gay. And it was, my heart dropped because of the implications of all of that. But at the same time, John, I was so happy, because this is a daughter who struggled with depression and various challenges and throughout her life, and she was able to be authentic and who she was and open up, and I was thrilled. And so we talked, and I said, okay, well, how do you want to come out to the family and let everybody know about this? And she said, I don't know, but I don't want to write an email and say, hey, grandma, grandpa, I'm gay, and sit down and have a big family conference. She said, you've been so vocal on social media about your opposition. If it could do anything, it'd have you just you do the announcement on Facebook like that about it, because that would show our family that, hey, it's just no big deal. I got a gay daughter, sort of thing, and that it's not a big deal. I said, are you sure that's what you want to do? And she said, yeah. And I said, okay, well, we at least have to call your mom. And we called my wife, and she was thrilled and happy that Rebecca was coming out, and we were very supportive. We told her what we were going to do. She said, okay. And so my daughter and I had my iPhone in the car, and it was dark by that time, of course. And I sat there and I said, okay, how does this sound? And I said, unforeseen blessing for being so vocal in my feelings. Turns out I have an 18-year-old gay daughter. And I showed it to my daughter, and I said, what do you think of that? And she said, Dad, I think that's perfect. It gets the message across. Yeah, post it. And I said, okay. And I took the phone back, and I added the line, sorry. Thank you, God, for this incredible gift. And hit post. And we embraced and cried together in the car. And it was a beautiful moment. And I am so grateful for my critical studies of scholarship, because it changed me. It's because of that I became an ally. And it's because of that I was able to see religion and church differently, and see my daughter's sexuality as a gift from God. And it was extraordinary. But after that, John, I experienced for the first time in my life depression. I had never gone through it before. And I wasn't depressed that she was gay. I was depressed because I loved the church so deeply, so passionately. And I knew that my daughter would never have a place there. And that I'd spent my life trying to help the youth of the church have that place and to find that spirituality in the context of Mormonism. And that would never be available to my daughter. And that was devastating to me.
So the church would say she has a place, she can be celibate or get in a mixed orientation marriage.
Yeah. No.
Why did you not think she had a place when those were options?
Because
the church was extending.
Because I wanted my daughter to experience love. I wanted my daughter to experience a fullness of family and happiness and joy. And in light of where the policy was and the direction of that, I knew that the church would, and the theology, the teachings, would never be a safe place for her. And that was incredibly painful for me in light of my love for the church. And
the church would say she should draw near to Christ. She should pray more. She should use her righteousness to overcome these feelings of same-sex attraction.
It's just not something that I believe or accept. So that put me at odds.
Did she consider those things?
No. No. And I was driving in the car one day, struggling with these feelings of depression, and I had an epiphany. And you can call it a revelation, epiphany, whatever it is, but it was the strongest conviction that came to me that I'd felt up to that point in my life, and it was, there's a difference between the church versus the kingdom. Jesus was all about the kingdom. It's all about making heaven on earth. And I believe that is where Jesus and Joseph Smith are actually most inspired. It's this, when they talk about, let's not be concerned about heaven as much as the next life, but let's make heaven on earth now as a community. To me, that's the goal. And I realized that the church is a tool that can help people that fit a specific mold contribute to the growth of that heaven on earth for humanity. But the church is not the goal. That heaven on earth is the goal for individuals, families, communities. And this strong epiphany that it was now my responsibility as a father with a gay daughter to help her find heaven on earth in other ways, because the church would not be a tool that she could use. And that provided incredible comfort in that the depression was gone. And that is a very fundamental part of my testimony to this day, is that religion is most inspired when it is teaching us to create communities and families that are seeking to build heaven on earth now. So
the church was made for man, not man for the church.
Yeah. Yeah. And and I'd always thought in those terms, but
and woman, sorry, man and woman.
Thank you. Yeah. And it just, I'd always thought in those terms, but it like,
and non-gender specific, non-binary as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So but it came with such conviction. I just can't even articulate it, that it, yeah. So that helped me later, because it was shortly
that got you out of your depression.
Yeah, absolutely. And gave me new goal, new vision as a father, as a religious educator, and everything. It just changed everything for me. And it was shortly after that time period where my son, because of these things, he was, I think, 15 at the time. He no longer wanted to attend. And I'm like, son, you have to attend. You got to come with us. I mean, this is what we do as a family, and I'm a religious educator. I need you to be there. And I remember he got frustrated one day on a Sunday, and he said, Dad, you can't force your religion upon me.
How long ago was this?
This was 2 years ago.
Okay.
And
2016.
Yeah. And he, when he said, you can't force your religion upon me. And that hit me. I thought, well, I guess he's right in a sense. And then I just, what am I going to do with this? And my response then.
A Mormon man's going to be like, what? Yeah, I can. What are you talking about? Wait a minute.
Well, I can
do whatever I want.
I know.
I'm a Mormon priesthood holder.
And that's actually what I said to him in essence. You're going to love this. I said, when I thought about it, and then I said, well, son, yes, I can. I said, and I can and I will force my religion upon you until you are 18 years old. But then I said, but let me tell you what my religion is. My religion is love. My religion is service. My religion is the development of the mind. My religion is learning to care for other human beings as much as we care for ourselves. My religion is learning to care for the environment. I said, Mormonism provides me with a community and a faith group to practice my religion, but that's not my religion. My religion are these other things. And if Mormonism isn't working for you, I'm not going to make you go to church, but we will have to find other ways for you to live our religion. And he has fully embraced that. I mean, he just got back. He goes up to the University of Utah Cancer Institute, and he volunteers up there. He just got back. He went last summer to a community in need in Peru and helped with building projects and and he taught hygiene to the local people of the community. He's raising the money on his own. I'm trying to help him with the process. He's doing this again with his sister, my youngest daughter. Next year, they're going to Thailand. And so they are, and they're just wonderful young people, are just doing so many great things and flourishing in our religion, independent of Mormonism.
So religion of love, service, that kind of thing.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how has your faith and church participation evolved over the past couple of years then?
Yeah. So,
and your relationship with the church education system.
Yeah. So what happened then is, I guess we're coming to the end, huh? It's been a little...
No hurry. Take as much time as you want.
Well,
I've got follow-up questions.
Good. So so my wife stopped attending after the November 2015 policy. So then, my daughter, Rebecca, a gay daughter, she had moved out, was with a transgender partner, and that we loved and embraced and became family with, but had moved out. But then my oldest daughter returned missionary. She served in Chile. And but my two teenagers and my wife, those that were home, stopped attending. So I continued to go by myself and to continue teaching church education. And I did that for quite a while.
Now, some would say you had to keep your job. In your mind, was it
that's
that,
certainly
or was
true.
it other things?
That's certainly true, but I wanted to. I mean, even to this day, I mean, I love church education. I love the LDS Church. So it wasn't just, oh, you have to do this to keep your job. But that is certainly the reality. And I did face what should I do in light of my family situation, in light of my convictions. I mean, and I spent a lot of time with church administrators trying to figure this out. And it just reached a point this last year that I just realized I didn't feel like I could continue to do that with integrity.
Which part?
To continue to teach in church education. My views on Scripture had evolved to such a point that and my feelings about the church and the way that LGBTQ people are treated. I had two things that happened to me. I should share that. One was watching the movie Selma. And did you see that film?
Of course.
Yeah. And I remember, for me, the most powerful part of the movie was when Dr. Martin Luther King called upon religious men and women from all sorts of backgrounds. If you had any passion for civil rights and social justice, and please come join us. We need you. And you remember the scene. It's beautiful. Catholic nuns and Jewish rabbis and evangelical ministers all start coming in, and they join those protesters hand in hand and begin to march across that famous bridge. And I sat there watching that, and at first I was so touched, and then, John, I just felt devastated because I thought, where are my people? And I knew where my people were, and I knew why we weren't there. It's because, at that point in time, Harold B. Lee had written to Ernest Wilkinson at BYU, and who allowed an African-American student into the Brigham Young University. And Harold B. Lee's response was, if the daughter of mine ends up marrying a Negro, I will hold you personally accountable. And that's where we were. We were with, Ezra Taft Benson and his discussions about the civil rights movement, that it was a communist ploy. That's why we weren't there. And I realized I will never, ever allow religious authority figures to interfere in my own quest to stand up for civil rights and social justice and my deep spiritual convictions. I cannot do that, and I never will. And then it was another experience too. We were actually at the BYU art exhibit for Norman Rockwell. And
I didn't know that. Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, it was great. It was wonderful. And we were there, and the president of BYU gave it was on film, but he gave the introduction to the exhibit. And he praised Norman Rockwell for his contributions to the civil rights movement. And I just sat there thinking, my goodness, at the time that Norman Rockwell was actually producing that work, a president of Brigham Young University could not have been allowed to step up and praise him. And I thought, the day will come when LGBT rights and things like that are praised at Brigham Young University and stepped forward and embraced by the church. If it survives, that will have to happen. But I can't wait that long. I cannot wait that long. And even though I've devoted so much of my life and my education and everything to it, I can't. I couldn't do that. And so it was at that point, as I started to think about these things more and more, and hearing about suicides, I watched Believer for the first time, like just a couple nights ago.
Oh,
just a couple nights ago.
Fun.
Yeah.
What's Believer? Tell those who don't know.
Oh, it's you're a star in it.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. Oh gosh, what's the guy from
Dan Reynolds. Imagine Dragons.
Yeah, and then Tyler
Glenn.
I met
Neon Trees.
Yeah.
It's basically Dan Reynolds' journey to become an LGBT ally.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
And how
story.
Tyler Glenn helped affect that.
And part of it, they talk about a young man who committed suicide after having sexual intercourse at Brigham Young University. And he was one of my students.
Oh.
He was one of my students that I taught at Alta. And, I cannot support a theology. And there wasn't an LGBT issue with that, but it ties together. I cannot support a theology and an institution that causes, as much as I love it, it causes so much pain and suffering for people that in my family and friends and people that I love dearly. I just couldn't continue that way. And I finally reached that point about, like I said, about last year. And I thought, well, what am I going to do now? I didn't know, but I have to make a change. And it was at that point that a good friend of mine who raised funds through the Utah legislature to run a prison education program for Salt Lake Community College. I was giving a lecture in Salt Lake on the Hebrew prophets and social justice, and she attended. And she came to me afterwards. She said, it's not for everybody, but would you ever be interested in teaching an academic course in the prison? And I said, absolutely. That's so me. I would love to do that. And we talked, and then
Grant Palmer used to do that.
he did for Institute.
Yeah.
This was with Salt Lake Community College.
No, I know. I mean, I just meant teach prisoners. That's all.
Yeah, but exactly. And he, anyway, it was, so there was a need for somebody to come in. The program was kind of in a struggling point, and there was a need for somebody to come in as the director. And she said, I don't know what's going on in your life, but is this something that you could even do? And it was, I looked at it, and it was going to be a massive pay cut with an uncertain future as well. And yet I just knew that I had to do something different. It was the right thing to do. I had to leave. And so I did. And I am now the official director for Salt Lake Community College of prison education. And that has become my new ministry. It's incredible. I mean, the first time I walked into prison, John, with the women, all the hands of the students were raised, and they said, well, wait. We're hearing rumors. Is Salt Lake Community College pulling away from prison education? And I assured them, no, that's not the case. I am here to help build the program. We're going to do this. And this woman who was there, she said, and it's an economics course. She said, that's so relieving, because this is our sanctuary college, higher education. And so I literally run a college campus there in the prison. I hire trained faculty and do the administrative work. I'm teaching now. I'm going to teach next semester there, world religions. And it's incredible. I interview each of the inmates or offenders who want to come into college. I help them register for their classes, and it's incredible, the experiences we have. A woman who I interviewed over the summer, she's been with the program now for a year, and I handed her student audit report, and she's earned a 3.7 GPA. And I turned to this woman and I said, this is incredible. Please understand, we are not running a watered down version of college here. What you have accomplished, very few people could accomplish, and it shows that you're really smart. And this woman started to cry. And she said, I did that? And I said, you did. You're smart. And in her tears, she said, my parents always told me I was smart, but I never believed them. And I said, your parents are right. You are smart. And she held that paper and she said, I can't wait to show my parents that. And then, same thing over with the men's, I can have story after story, but like a man, high GPA, same sort of thing. And his response, he got really emotional. He said, who would have thought I had to come to prison to get my college degree? And then he said, but I have to do this. I have to become a different person for my girl. And I am just really grateful that this happened, and it's kind of happened when it did. It's been very difficult to take such a financial cut at this time in a person's life, but I'm really grateful that it happened, and that I have something that I can do now that I feel passionately about, and has become my new ministry. You ended your time with CES at 18 years, is that right?
Yeah. Is there a time where it would have been like qualified for pension retirement kind of thing?
Yeah, 20 years is a lot better.
So did you consider holding on for another couple of years?
Sure.
It would have been advantageous for you to do that.
Absolutely, I did. And I even considered, of course, because, I still love the church. I still love the Book of Mormon. I still love Joseph Smith. I love the youth that I worked with, but I considered, well, maybe I should just keep going. Next, I can go another 10, 15 years and just fly under the radar.
Cash in.
Yeah, but I can't live that way. I just cannot. I feel too passionate about making a difference in the world and standing up for my convictions, spiritual, religious, scholarly, everything. I couldn't do that.
But walking away from all that money, and the retirement and the security is a huge sacrifice that many people would be willing to do.
Yeah, I'm really very grateful for the absolute support of my wife and my children.
Has she gone back to work, or has she always been working?
She's been working. Yeah.
Okay.
She has a degree in elementary education. She was an elementary school teacher, but she's done a variety of different things since then. But and I mean, it's enough to survive and live a nice lifestyle. But to me, that's much more important than money or finances. Is being able to help build heaven on earth, that calling, that ministry, and that's my religion.
A few people are willing to put their money where their mouth is in that way. Did you consider just trying some Division I research institution, just putting your resume out and applying to as many universities as you could?
Sure, I could still do that. I don't know what the future holds, or even how long my prison education opportunity will last, and that could happen down the future. I'm really happy doing prison education. I can pursue my scholarship, and I can do something that I've always felt driven to do, which was to do something incredibly practical to help people with their everyday lives and to change the world, which is why I went into CES in the first place.
So where has that left you with the church?
So I stopped attending in July. I stopped attending.
Of 2018?
Yeah, of this year. I went to my bishop and I just said, look, I said, I love the church. I do. He knows. I mean, I have some serious concerns and issues with it right now, but I said, ultimately, I need to be with my family on Sundays, and so I'd like to be released from my calling. And so I don't attend now. I don't know that. I can't see myself ever attending again, despite my love for it, and I just can't see that happening because of my convictions.
So that means a loss of, I'm assuming you're not kind of stopping going to church, but still believing it's all true. So where have you settled on kind of the basic truth claims of the church, if you're, to whatever extent you're willing to talk about that?
Oh, sure. No, I mean,
so let's start with God, like go down the, because let me tell you why I'm asking.
Sure.
There's a lot of people that lose their faith and then they don't know, what do I believe? Do I believe anything? Do I still believe in God? Do I still believe in Jesus?
Sure.
Do I still value the scriptures? Do I still hold them as sacred? Do I hold them as symbolic? Do I throw them away as garbage and Iron Age mumbo jumbo? Do I go fully secular? So what I imagine that you've been so thoughtful about these issues, your paradigm shift yet again might be useful to people. So that's why I'm asking you to kind of let people know how someone as thoughtful as you has settled on these prime questions.
Okay.
Starting with God.
Okay, with God. I'm an agnostic believer.
So agnostic theist.
Yeah.
And people don't understand
I know.
that there's a difference between agnosticism or whatever the opposite is and atheism versus theism. They're on different spectrums. Explain that.
So in other words, I don't claim to know or that there is a God, of course, but I choose to believe because I like the idea and notion of it. And it works for me. It makes sense to me. But at the same time, I'm like, the idea of an interventionist God, of who's intervening in daily affairs, that's something I have a really hard time having a belief in.
Like a personal anthropomorphic God that's...
I have a really hard time...
helping you find your keys and curing you of cancer.
Yeah, I have a very hard time believing that is a reality.
Just all the suffering in the world?
Sure. That's a big part of it. That's a big part of it. And not to mention, it even started when I was a lot more, I guess, traditionally minded in my beliefs, and that is that I kind of felt like, the thing that made sense to me is agency. And if we're going to hear and grow and develop, that God would have to step back and allow us to kind of go through that. So even in my much more traditional beliefs, I still, the idea of an interventionist God didn't make a whole lot of sense to me, theologically even then. So... I guess that's where I am with God. But
So you don't know, but you still choose to believe.
yeah,
So
but it's not a big driver either for me theologically and religiously. As strange as that may sound, but the reason for that is that I believe that human beings, we should strive to eradicate poverty, that we should strive to eradicate war, that we should create heaven on earth, which was what Jesus was about. And to me, that's the focus. That's what it should be for us to receive true enlightenment, rather than worrying about, is there a God who's going to intervene, or am I going to go to heaven or something like that? Because the truth is, and I've always said it this way, is if that's your focus, then you're okay either way, right? If death is the end, then it doesn't matter. You've taken full advantage of this incredible gift of life, to make the world a better place and to live a wonderful, happy, productive life. And if there's not and if there is a God, I fully believe that individual would be capable of so much love and justice and compassion that if that's what you focused on, you're going to be fine. So it really doesn't matter to me in a sense.
So what is God to you?
God is love.
But
I know.
but is it an energy? Is it science? Is it a force?
I don't know.
Okay, so and that's
really
okay.
Yeah, I really don't know.
That's actually can be strong and beautiful and powerful.
Yeah, I don't know.
So for you, you don't have any form to God.
Yeah. I mean, of course I was raised LDS. So in the back of my mind, God is anthropomorphic and human. And but I don't focus a lot on that anymore. It's just not.
But you say you're a believer.
I guess.
That's fine. Okay.
I know.
But it's just very loose.
It's very loose.
And nondescript.
It's very loose.
It's just a feeling. Is it a feeling?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Sounds like you haven't put a lot of intellectual form to your sense of God.
I haven't. Because it's not any longer the primary driver in my religion.
Got it. Okay. And then so the historical Jesus and the resurrected Jesus and the atonement. What is that? What role does that play?
I love Jesus. Absolutely love Jesus. I love teaching. I taught historical Jesus courses at Utah State University. I certainly consider myself a Christian. To what extent it becomes so nuanced, it's hard to talk about in an interview such as this. I'm not trying to be evasive, but it just really is. For example, is Jesus the Son of God? Well, what does that mean to be the Son of God? It depends upon which New Testament source you're talking about. Early Christians believed that Jesus was the Son of God, and we can see this because of the epistles that predate the gospel sources. And there are portions, there are poetic phrases in there that clearly stem from hymns and rituals that early Christians participated in prior to even the creation of the epistles. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. And if you look at those carefully, you can see the earliest Christology that early disciples of Jesus embraced. And that early Christology was that Jesus became the Son of God when he was resurrected. That's when he became the Son of God. Then, if we take that view, which is the earliest one we can document historically, compare that with what we see in Mark, which is the earliest New Testament gospel. Mark was written about 68 CE or so. And in Mark, when is he identified as the Son of God? At the baptism. Note that Mark doesn't preserve anything about Mary and virgin birth or anything like that. And if Mark had been familiar with those traditions, we'd have to assume that he would have included them, right? I mean, he wouldn't leave that out. It's kind of a big deal. Jesus born of a virgin. But no, Mark puts Jesus' Son of Godship at the baptism and the start of his ministry. God speaks from heaven. This is my beloved Son. This day I have begotten you. So you have a movement of Jesus' divine sonship to the start of his ministry. And then you get to the next Gospels that are written historically. You get to Matthew and Luke, and they are the ones that say, no, Jesus was born to a virgin as the Son of God. So Jesus' divine sonship actually goes back to his birth. you can see the way this is evolving. And then the last New Testament gospel to be written is John.
Before the world was.
You got it.
In the beginning.
You got it. That's exactly right. So
the fish gets bigger.
Exactly. So you see these things evolve over time, and they're just clearly there. We can't deny them. It's just a reality of how Christology developed. And you can make sense of it as a traditional believer. Sure, you have to shift some paradigms, but you can make sense of it. But that's what I say, like, when you ask me, is like, Jesus, the Son of God, the scholar comes out to me and says, in what sense, right? Sure. You know, and what does that mean to be the Son of God? In early Judaism at the time period, we can see that what that meant to them is not what it means to us today. You see that, for example, with Psalm 2, where God speaks to the Israelite king and says, today you are my son, you have begotten you. So to be the Son of God meant to be a king over Israel. And that seems to be the way that early Christians interpreted that definition. And so is Jesus the Son of God? Yeah, absolutely. But, in what sense? I mean, and things like that.
So how important is a physical resurrection and him atoning for your sins so that you can be washed clean to return to God? How important is all that?
I love it as a beautiful theological construct. Absolutely. Absolutely. And but to what extent does that reflect literal reality? That's not a big driver for me anymore.
Okay. What about, so your being a Christian is more about following his teachings of love and service and that sort of thing?
And a choice of belief that he, and I mean, I still self-identify as Mormon too. I will always be Mormon. But I
have a harder time. I have an easier time identifying as a Mormon than I do a Christian.
Interesting.
Because for some reason, I'm a cultural Mormon. What else am I? Right?
Yeah.
But Christianity for me denotes an exclusive truth claim, a path. And I guess Mormonism does too. But for some reason, I have a harder time identifying as a Christian now than I do a Mormon, just because I don't want to offend Buddhists or Muslims or Jews. How have you gotten over that?
No, I mean, I teach world religion, and I taught semesters of Introduction to Judaism at Utah State. The truth is, I have a deep love and reverence for all world traditions, including secular humanism. You mentioned Greg Epstein, Good Without God. I believe we can't escape religion, is the reality of it. We just can't. It's hardwired into our DNA as human beings. The cognitive revolution created not only a brain that could think and reason and speak, but an ability to create social constructs, fictions even. And those allowed Homo sapiens to work together and to create civilization, to create communities, and based upon common beliefs in things that are not attested in the biological reality world that we experience. The U.S. Constitution is certainly that way. I mean, the idea that all men are created equal. Well, if you're just talking biology, that's not true. That's a fiction. It's a myth. But it's a beautiful myth that ties people together. And when we start to believe in it, we're able to accomplish extraordinary things as a species. And I see religion that way. I see Mormonism that way. It's why I still love the church, notwithstanding my issues. It's why I self-identify as Mormon. It's why I love Buddhism. I love Hinduism. I love Islam. And I love teaching students about these different faith traditions that people have used to construct their lives and their societies that are an integral part of the human experience.
So you can call yourself a Christian just because religion's inescapable and that's kind of what you are.
Yeah, it's funny.
But you don't mean it in the Christianity, the one true path sense.
Oh, absolutely not. Okay. Absolutely not. I would never. I don't believe in one true path. I haven't believed in that for a long time. But I actually was sitting. I was talking to my wife. I was like, I wonder if I should convert to Judaism. Just because I have this background and I just love Judaism. I'm so passionate about it. And then I thought, yeah, but then I'd have to give up barbecue, and I don't know that I could give up barbecuing pork. And I'm just like, I'm just going to be an outside admirer of all these things.
Okay, when we're going to talk about in the next segment, we're going to talk about this book, Authoring the Old Testament, and this was published just 3 years ago, right? Mm-hmm. In this book, you are really working hard to help readers know that they can understand all these principles of higher criticism and the hypothesis and all that, and maintain their faith.
Yeah.
So you come across in this book very much as still a literal believer in the restoration, and in Mormonism and in Mormon scripture. Did that change at some point? Between writing the book and now?
I still believe everything that's in the book, in the sense that I think it's a wonderful way of.
Okay, well, let's do. Tell me about the restoration. What are your thoughts on the restoration? Start with Joseph Smith.
I love Joseph Smith. I consider him a prophet.
In the sense of what we're
see, but that's we have to talk about these terms. I know you're
just a quick version. Prophet means what?
Someone who leads out and bucks up against society and helps people to create a spiritual community.
That's great.
Yeah.
So not God's official mouthpiece on the earth exclusively.
It's so interesting. I mean, to me, if we really even look at some of these scriptural texts, like that he produces, like Doctrine and Covenants section 1, right? That very famous section where, here's this passage that I think we take phrases out of context so frequently, because you have a passage in D&C for one that is so famous where by mine own mouth or by the mouth of my servants, it is the same. And we say, therefore, when the prophet speaks, it's the same thing as when God speaks. But we don't read the rest of it that's around there. And it's then the Lord says, I, Lord, have spoken these things. All my word will be fulfilled, whether it is spoken by mine own voice or by the mouth of my servants, my word will all be fulfilled. But we take that excerpt to bulk up prophetic authority in our church and take it out of context for what it means. Yeah, the idea of prophetic infallibility or someone who can absolutely directly speak for God as a mouthpiece in every sense of the word. I mean, that's just not consistent with church history even.
So the idea that God has one prophet who has all the keys and authority to lead mankind in righteousness. Mm-hmm. That's what we think of Russell Nelson, Thomas S. Monson, Gordon B. Hinckley, as Jeff Benson, all the way back to Joseph Smith. That idea of God's one prophet on the earth, you're saying what?
I'm saying, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm saying and I'm not trying to be evasive. I'm trying to say that I don't believe that there is one way for humans to build heaven on earth and to please divinity, whatever that might be, or however it form, which I don't understand. Yeah.
And so other examples of prophets would be who for you? A more flexible version of prophet would include who? Who are your favorite prophits?
Bob Dylan.
Okay, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You're not joking?
No.
Why?
Because here's a man who raises great social criticism and who uses poetry, which we often see happening in the Hebrew Bible, who is able to elevate humans to a higher spiritual plane. That's a prophet in a sense.
Who else?
I see, prophets as critics who, because in the Old Testament at least, prophets aren't what they are in our Latter-day Saint tradition, where you have a central authority who runs the cult, and I use that not in a pejorative sense, but the religious organization or entity. You don't see that, and instead these are outsiders.
Isaiah,
who come in and criticize, who offer social, political criticism, who criticize the religious leaders and what they're doing, and that's what prophets are doing. Anciently, prophets were. Today it was a paid profession as well, and today, those roles are being fulfilled in our society by journalists, by songwriters, by poets, the traditional role of a prophet. So yeah, I am deadly serious that those traditional roles that we see in the Hebrew Bible of prophets are being fulfilled in our society by those sorts of individuals. Now, I'm not saying that President Nelson isn't a prophet. I believe he's a prophet for the LDS Church.
Right. Okay, so so Joseph Smith qualifies as a prophet.
Sure.
What do you do with the Mormon canon? The Book of Mormon, Book of Abraham,
Yeah.
Doctrine and Covenants.
So I think the Book of Mormon is one of the most inspired books ever written. I think it has a inspired apocalyptic message that is essential for Americans specifically to embrace. And that is when the Book of Mormon is read critically and carefully and against the grain, some really important themes start to emerge. We start to realize that we have racist views in the Book of Mormon by its authors who view themselves as superior to the Lamanites in every sense of the term. And yet that racism causes division and strife and problems and ultimately leads to the demise of the entire civilization. There's a message for Americans, especially was in the 19th century of, it's very important, but that's today in Trump's America.
Not pro-racism. You're saying you can view the Book of Mormon as an example of racism that we need to avoid. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, to avoid the type of racism that plagued the Nephite authors. And it absolutely. And then ultimately this idea of creating a society like Jesus helps to create, where we eliminate isms and people start to work together and to eradicate poverty and create heaven on earth. I mean, literally, that's what the Nephite civilization does. So it's a blueprint in many ways to accomplish those things. Yeah, no, I love the Book of Mormon. There's a deep power in that text that...
Do you still read it?
Oh, yeah.
For personal spiritual growth?
Yeah, once in a while. I'm pretty busy these days with my with other things, but I love it deeply. Natalie
writes, "Wow, I had never thought of the Book of Mormon like that. That is beautiful." So you want at least one convert in Natalie.
It was funny. I said, with John's audience, I'm going to piss everybody off.
No.
So I'm glad that I didn't do that.
That's not what I'm getting. Because we have a good group. We have a good group who are still hanging on. Trent writes, what about the racist God marking and separating people? So he's basically saying the God of the Book of Mormon is racist.
Yeah. So here's the thing, is that I don't see Scripture that way because of my training in Scripture.
Yeah.
So, for example, the Old Testament, rather than a manual, that would help somebody set up a stereo system or something like that, a manual that defines who God is, the Old Testament should be a springboard for people to receive their own enlightenment. It's reality, a depiction of how those ancient people saw God in light of their culture, their environment that they lived in, and that we can then use that to kind of say, oh, well, they depict God this way. I don't agree with that. But even a negative portrayal in that sense helps you.
Points you
towards what your own convictions are. So it's a springboard. And I see the Book of Mormon as that. Just because because some Nephite voices present God as racist doesn't mean I think they're right. I know they're wrong. But I learn from them, and what did that view of God do to them and their society? It's a profound message.
So if you were to summarize what Scripture is to you, Scripture is?
Springboard for enlightenment.
For enlightenment.
Yeah.
Of what?
Towards how to live a happy, productive, spiritual existence.
Not God's commandments to us. The Scriptures, Doctrine and Covenants, is full of commandments. Don't drink this, drink that. Don't eat this, eat that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's also doctrine. It's like, this is what heaven's like. This is what.
Okay, so and then you look at that and say, where's the cultural drive that caused these people to feel that this was a command from God? To what extent does it reflect my experience with divinity, my experience with spirituality, and therefore I'll apply it and use it or reject it, as the case might be. To me, that's how everything should be used, including Joseph Smith. I mean, I don't think, for example, his problems with polygamy should be swept apologetically under the proverbial rug. I think we should, as a community, identify those, embrace those things, and say, look, there's an abuse of power, of ecclesiastical power here. We need to protect ourselves, our young people, from this, and it can happen to anybody. It happened to Joseph Smith. I would say that's how I use this material, and when I talk about it as being inspired, it's from that sense.
So what do you say about the approach that says, okay, what does D&C 76 say about the 3 degrees of glory? That's what heaven's like. Okay, what does what does it say about women in the church? Oh, that's what the Bible says. What does it say about authority and deacons and whatever? People are looking to it and commandments, right? Don't have premarital sex, or sex is next to murder, or whatever it is, right? Premarital sex. People are looking to it for how God wants them to live.
Yep.
What the church should be set up to do, and kind of what is the reality of the universe and our existence, meaning an afterlife and an atonement and a resurrection. Most Mormons and probably most Orthodox religious people are using it in those senses.
Yeah.
Do you think that they're being misled? Are they being fooled? Are they misguided? Is that unfortunate?
Everybody has their own path, right? And I would not say that they're misguided or misled. And if it is helping them to live happy, moral lives, then I fully support that. So no, not misled or misguided, but I would say that for me, that doesn't work and is problematic because if we just stick to the Bible, for example, there is not a consistent portrayal on any point of significance found in the Hebrew Bible. It is not a book. The Hebrew Bible is a library from ancient Israel, and there are contradictions that are intentional. I like to point students, for example, the horrific ban that God orders in Joshua and several other places in the Hebrew Bible. It commands the Israelites to eradicate every man, woman, and child and kill the beast of the community as well, slaughter everything. It's horrific. It's terrible. And it's certainly not my view of, of what would be inspired. But then there's the book of Jonah. The book of Jonah, in many ways, reacts to that view and says, no. God isn't that way. God is gracious. He is loving even to Israel's enemies, even to the sparing of the cattle of the city. And that's what happens then in the book of Jonah. So you have a totally different view of God. So if you're going to take, from my perspective, a manual approach to the Bible and say, okay, the Bible says this about God, therefore that is true. Or the Bible says we should do this, therefore that is true. You're going to run into problems because the Bible is a library of material written, at least the Hebrew Bible, written over 1,000-year time period with very different theological views. Even God is not portrayed the same way anthropomorphically or whatever. So to use it that way a person will quickly run into problems. And so that would never work for me. But if it does for others and helps them, I'm not going to critique that.
Okay. What do you do with, so the Book of Mormon, Book of Abraham, there's a couple things progressive and post-Mormons do. They're like, oh my gosh, Joseph Smith was sleeping with other men's wives, with young teenage girls, like he's a fraud. Therefore, throw out the Book of Mormon, throw out the Book of Abraham, throw out the D&C. It's all garbage because it was built by a man that was a fraud and a charlatan. What do you say about someone having that approach, about someone having that reaction?
I say if then those beliefs are causing pain, are causing frustration and turmoil, they should be jettisoned. Absolutely. And then the person should try to seek other forms of enlightenment and joy and what will bring, happiness to them. I have no problem with people jettisoning that. The reality is the fact of the matter is that the church doesn't work for everyone. It just doesn't. I mean, you have to fit it. It does really well if you fit a specific mold. But if you are a single man, if you're a divorced woman, if you are, an LGBT person or family, or if you even just kind of think out of the box a little socially or politically, the church can be a very painful institution to be a part of. And therefore, people, I think believing, committed Latter-day Saints need to recognize that so that they can minister and help people more effectively. So I have no issue with people doing that as long as they are able then to replace that with something that's going to provide them with peace and joy and comfort. I have no issue with that. But
sounds like you haven't thrown those scriptures totally out.
No.
What's allowed you to keep them, even though I'm guessing you don't believe Joseph Smith was God's one true prophet with authority on the earth now.
Yeah. So I guess part of it is just, admittedly, it's just the way I was raised. I mean, Mormonism frames the way I see God. We talked about that a minute ago, even though I'm somewhat agnostic on details. It's framed the way I see. I just, I drove by the other day and I saw a group of young men and young women from a local LDS ward out taking care of an elderly couple's yard, all as a huge service project. And I was filled with so much joy and happiness and gratitude for the church and what it does and how it helps people. So when it comes down to is, no, I'm not willing to throw it out because I love the church. I love my community. These are my people. I want to do everything I can to help them. My help was from 18 years was with it was an effort to help the institution. I can no longer do that, not in good conscience, but I still very much want to be a part of the community and help individuals to the extent that I can.
And that keeps you from throwing out the scripture for you?
That's part of it.
Yeah.
But it also is just a sheer love of it. I mean, I love the Book of Mormon. I love it. I think it's a beautiful text. I mean, even like when I taught it as literature up at the University of Utah, it's an extraordinary document that draws upon ancient themes and motifs and puts that into a context of 19th century American Christianity and presents a message that I think is very important, especially for America today. I mean, reality, to me, the Book of Mormon, if we read it correctly, is a rejection of Trump's America. I really do.
That'll make some of my listeners angry.
That's okay. I'm
some
okay
don't
with
like
that.
Trump, some do.
That's okay.
How do you view the Book of Mormon as coming to be? Do you have a brief kind of, you've understood the creation of documents, of texts. Was it delivered by an angel with golden plates and Joseph translated? If not, there are all these arguments by general authorities that a local farm boy, uneducated, could never have created that book in 12 days or whatever they claim. Have you tried to put together your theory for how the book came to be?
Oh, sure. I mean, as a historian, the thing to recognize is historians cannot rely upon miracles to define events from the past. And the reason we cannot do that is because, by definition, a miracle is the least likely thing to have occurred. That's why we call it a miracle. Historians have to rely upon evidence. And what we're trying to do is to recreate what is the most likely thing based upon the evidence that transpired in the past. And you can't use miracles. If an angel came to Joseph Smith and delivered golden plates and he translated those by the power of God, that's a miracle. I'm not saying that didn't happen, but I am saying that if it did, that's not something a historian can address. We don't have the tools to do so. So as a historian, it's very easy for me to use the historical evidence and to see Joseph Smith as the creator of the Book of Mormon.
How do you do it in 80 days or whatever they claim?
Well, the first thing is that Joseph Smith, of course, had a very active imagination. I mean, we know that from his mother and others. He was great at telling stories. He would sit around the fireplace and tell his family stories about the indigenous people, what they would wear, the types of things they would drive carts in, and they would sit around and entertain for hours. Besides that, Joseph Smith is
from the early 1820s, right?
Yeah, exactly. Besides that, Joseph Smith is a brilliant man. And he's very well read in the Bible. This is a time in American history where he didn't have movies, he didn't have internet, obviously.
Netflix binging.
No, he's not going to do that. So what is he doing for entertainment? He's reading the Bible. Yeah. This man knew the Bible backwards and forward, and you see that come through in the Book of Mormon. Not only in the type scenes and the poetry that appears, but in the very words and phrases that are adopted and taken right out of that. And then it's easy, of course, to explain from an historical perspective that there are Indian origin myths that are going along that connect them with Israelite origins, and you start to put the pieces together. As a historian, it's very easy to explain as a natural phenomenon the Book of Mormon without any divine interference at all.
Everybody wants to say it's such a miraculous book. No, Joseph Smith could have never created it.
Okay, that's just not true from a historical perspective.
So how could it have happened?
Just the way I explained. I mean, he first of all, the origin stories of the myths of Indians and Native people, connected with Israelites. You have like the treasure seeking activities that he's involved with guardian spirits and angels, which could formulate the origin of how he obtains the plates. Everything there fits so perfectly into historical context. Now, let me be clear. I am not saying that is truth, that Joseph Smith did not translate the Book of Mormon by the power of God and that angels did not appear. I'm saying that as a historian, that's the only way we can explain it, by using the tools of scholarship, and we can easily do that. If a person chooses to believe in the Book of Mormon, and that's one of my other issues, John, with apologetics, is that we're using the wrong tools to assess these things. If a person, because the scholarship leads us to put the Book of Mormon clearly in the 19th century, but if a person chooses to believe in it and the story and the narratives around it, that's a step of faith. That's a leap of faith, and I'm fine with that. I think humans need to take that for that and in other scriptures, and I'm cool with that. But so I'm not saying the Book of Mormon is not an ancient text. I'm saying as a historian, it's easy to explain its origins in the way that I've hinted at right now.
And what about all this about he didn't, he was transcribing it and he couldn't have transcribed it in the days or weeks or months that the time frame that they've said, that there's no way he could have produced it in that short time frame.
People do extraordinary things all the time, and there's no. I mean, that's just things that are unique, and I think the argument that this has never ever happened before, so therefore it's divine is absurd. I don't understand that, because things that never happened before transpire all the time. I mean, there's never been anything like the Book of Mormon, and it's one of the reasons why I think it's an inspired, wonderful text. But that does not equate to ancient translation.
Okay. So, but you still find value in it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
What about Book of Abraham?
Same thing.
Okay.
Same thing.
And what do you think of the catalyst theory?
So,
and explain what that is, and then explain what you think about it.
And I delve into that in the book.
We'll talk about that next section.
It's just the idea that rather than producing a literal scriptural text that Abraham once wrote down on papyri, that Joseph Smith tried to interpret that material, and it proved in his efforts of interpreting it was a catalyst then to receive an inspired scriptural text. Yeah, that's very much the way I see it.
You see it that way?
Yeah.
Okay, so with that, and with the church's move to recently, we heard this first from Spencer Fluman, and I read it in your book, by the way, this idea that the Book of Mormon isn't a translation. The Book of Mormon is, in Spencer Fluman's words, Joseph's greatest revelation, right? Mm-hmm. In other words, it's not what we thought it was, translating golden plates into English from Reformed Egyptian. It's basically just Joseph channeling his sense of the divine. Is that a bait and switch? Is that gaslighting? Like, we all, prophets for over 150 years, led us down this path of Joseph's a translator. He used the Urim and Thummim to translate golden plates from Reformed Egyptian to English. And now all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, he didn't use the plates, he had a peepstone, and it really wasn't a translation. It was just something he channeled. Yeah. Is that some people say that's something unethical happened there, some sort of bait and switch. Can you see that?
Oh, sure. I can see that, of course. I just had never interpreted it that way. I've seen the work, whether you're talking Spencer or the Gibbons or other people that I respect and admire. I've seen it as the same thing that I was doing and did throughout my life, and that is trying to make sense of critical scholarship in light of their spiritual convictions. So,
but there's the accountability of what we were taught by church leaders and by prophets.
Sure.
What do you do with that accountability piece? And by the way, by seminary teachers.
Sure.
Who taught us that translation stuff.
I've never had any resentment towards church leaders or people that have taught things that I've later learned to be incorrect. I have always felt like these are good men and women who have wanted to do what is right and to the best of their limited abilities. And I even see that with the policy. And that's one of the reasons I was able to keep my job for a while as a religious educator, because I was able to say, I said, you know what, I know these aren't bad men that are just trying to hurt people. They're facing a very difficult situation with a changing world that is changing socially and scientifically, and they're trying to make sense of those changes in light of their strong doctrinal convictions and beliefs, and to do so with the best of their ability. And I've never felt any resentment towards that or felt that that was nefarious or problematic myself. But I can see why others would think that way. And for me, I would just, put my arm around him, brother and sister, and say, let's help you find something else that's gonna bring satisfaction and direction to your life.
But what about, and I'm not trying to force you or corner you, I'm just...
No, yeah, I told you, you can ask me anything.
So like Joseph Fielding Smith ripping out an account of the first vision out of a Joseph Smith's journal so that we won't discover a different version than what we're comfortable with. Yeah. Or, Michael Quinn being excommunicated for teaching stuff that now, or Fawn Brody being excommunicated for things that now we acknowledge is totally true and sell it as a book. There's the cover-up. There's the, people say there's a cover-up. We were misled. We were, people who tried to speak openly about truth were punished, shamed, lives were wrecked. Where's the accountability for those sorts of behaviors? And the fact that we know that from the 60s onward with Leonard Arrington, that the Brethren, the Quorum of the 15, Quorum of the 12, First Presidency, they've known about all these historical problems that we're now just learning about in the past 10 years. And they literally just shelved it and mothballed it, fired people, excommunicated people, closed it down, and taught this faithful history for decades to prolong our consciousness as a society about these problems. Some would say that's a cover-up, that's abuse, that's horrible stuff to do, especially when people build their lives around these truth claims, to know that leaders acted in that way, leading people to spend money and time and lives in ways that they wouldn't have if they had all the information. Some would say that's egregious, abusive, terrible. Yeah.
I don't see it that way.
Yeah, how do you see it?
I see it as, first of all, I totally am with you. A cover-up, that's just documented, right? All you have to do is just read read the sources, and there's clearly an issue to cover up information that was deemed would be harmful to people. That's without question that it took place. And part of that with excommunications, which I have always opposed, at least for, scholarship or, activism and things like that. I am always been adamantly opposed to excommunication in any form. So do I believe that abuses have taken place? Absolutely. They clearly have. Emotional. I went through quite a bit of emotional abuse in my experiences as trying to help people. So I'm not saying that is incorrect in what you're saying. I agree with you. But I just don't believe that it was ever done with an intent to seriously harm, that it was done. And that doesn't justify everything. But I believe that it was always done out of their desire to help people experience happiness and joy. And I'm not saying that justifies it. Please don't mistake me. But I am saying that does. I strongly believe that about these people from our community. And but it doesn't justify it, and it is wrong when that has taken place. And I'm pleased to see the church evolve and do better. And I hope that it will continue to do so. I just won't be there to help it with that process any longer, because I can't do that.
So somehow you've escaped being angry at church leaders, at Bruce R. McConkie, at Joseph Fielding Smith, at Boyd K. Packer, at Bednar, at whoever nowadays is Oakes and Nelson. You found a way to not be angry at them.
It doesn't mean that I haven't gotten angry. At things that they've said or done. right? That doesn't mean that's not the same thing. Elder Oaks' most recent conference talk is angry because I know what that will do to LGBTQ, especially youth in the church, to hear that. Of course I'm angry. That makes me furious. But no, I'm not angry at him. There's a difference. I believe he's trying to do what is right, and I absolutely disagree with him.
And same with the church. The church is trying to do what's right, trying to help people.
And I think it does. And I know it does. I know it helps a lot of people that I love live really wonderful lives. My mom, my dad, my oldest daughter. And if you fit that mold, it's a powerful tool that can and does help people. And I appreciate that. I'm very grateful for that. I love to hear my oldest daughter's testimony and of how the church has helped her in her life. And I'm filled with gratitude for what the church has done in that sense. But it comes down to, John, and I'd say this, I don't expect perfection from my friends. I don't expect it from institutions. I don't expect it from anybody. I mean, I try to see the good in people, and I try to help along the way.
How do you draw the line? Like, let's just say eugenics, somebody who believes in a master race because they want the best for mankind. And so they want to filter out all the inferior races or species in their minds.
Sure.
So their intention is to do good.
Yeah.
But they're committing genocide. Like, how do you sort of know where to draw the line for, like, giving someone the benefit of doubt regarding their intentions, but condemning what they're doing?
Well, I mean, I'll offend some of your listeners again. I think Donald Trump is just one of the worst human beings that ever walked the face of the planet.
Oh my gosh.
I really do. But I would define him as an American version of Adolf Hitler. And I have no problem saying these things. But that having been said, do I believe that he's intrinsically evil? That he's not trying to do things that are good? No, I hate what he is doing, but I don't hate Donald Trump. And there's a difference.
Do you think he's probably in his way trying to do his best?
I don't know. I don't. I mean, I really don't. I think maybe sometimes, but I honestly don't think he believes in a lot himself. I think other than power and authority. But it comes down to this. I love people. I really love people, and I try to see the good and try to see what they're doing, and from that angle, no matter who they are. Even Trump, I that's what I say. I would never say I hate him. I don't hate him in any stretch, but so it's kind of that way.
Listeners, don't get mad that David criticized Trump. That's just David's view. Don't get mad at Mormon Stories. You were once kind of viewed as a champion of a thoughtful faith. I'm sure people thought of you as like the great hope to do what David Wright couldn't do, to sort of bridge and integrate higher criticism and the documentary hypothesis with belief. What's it like to kind of fall from grace in that regard?
I don't feel that I was ever. It's clear to me that the church, CES, BYU, never wanted me to assume that role. I mean, that's just obvious to me. So I don't know that I ever. There certainly were some, perhaps, that felt that, and I'm still more than happy to help people make sense of their spiritual convictions, whether it's in Mormonism or another faith, in light of historical scholarship. I teach academically now at Salt Lake Community College, and even in my world civil class, I'll teach things that I know are challenging for people of different faiths. And I always do my best to try and help them and comfort them and say, it's okay, here are ways that you can look at it and still maintain your religious community and your spiritual convictions. So I don't know that I've fallen from grace, because I don't think I was ever put in that position or wanted to fill that position in any sense. But I'm more than happy. My focus now is really on individuals, trying to help there.
Have you disappointed any mentors that really supported you, that really you looked up to? Their friendship and relationship with you was connected to your upholding the faith, and now you're not doing that. Has that been hard?
I still see me upholding the faith, though. I guess that's what I'm saying. I'm just holding it up according to my convictions.
But if from their point of view, you're not. You're leaving the church. You're talking openly about its problems.
And I don't even see myself as having left the church. I would never describe. It's so negative.
No, that's good. So how do you see it?
I see it as someone who, because the difference between the opposite of love is not hatred. The opposite of love is indifference, right? You're not. I don't really care what I may care about, Scientologists, but so far as what Scientology is doing, I don't really give it two thoughts. I'm kind of indifferent. But I can never be indifferent to Mormonism because I love it, and I love my community. So I don't know. I'm sure there are people that are disappointed in me, probably in the way that the life has gone, probably more family disappointment than anything. But I hope that it's part of the reason why I want to share my story, and I'm grateful that you've provided an opportunity to do that. I hope that even if people disagree, they'll at least have a better understanding of what I've gone through, what my family's gone through, and why we are where we are right now.
Have any of your former mentors reached out to you and said, David, I'm so disappointed in you. You've gone down the wrong path. No? Not one? No,
because most of I don't know that I really had a lot of mentors.
You said you're friends with Daniel Peterson.
That's true, but we don't really converse anymore.
Okay. Or Jack Welch, he wrote the foreword to your book.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's not loving this.
Yeah,
But he hasn't reached out to you or
no
tried to keep you in the faith or any of that?
No.
Okay.
And I think I'm kind of, I don't know, probably viewed as a lost cause in the sense that,
written off, you're saying?
Yeah, really, people aren't going to be able to raise arguments historically or about scriptures, things like that have made me go, oh man, now I should be okay with the fact that the church is harmful to LGBTQ people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Again, as I was reading this book, and we'll talk about it in our next segment, you make such an effort to quote B.H. Roberts and all these quotes about faith and knowledge being reconcilable, and how you have B.H. Roberts saying true reverence is not a lack of questioning, but serious study, pondering, and inquiry. And as you're going off to David Wright and study at Brandeis, I'm never going to believe in the documentary hypothesis, but even so much of this book, just 3 years ago, you're basically saying faith and scholarship are not are reconcilable. They're not irreconcilable, whatever, not anathema. What's the word I'm trying to get out there? And yet you're now out, and it took you a long time. But there's this vision of saying, don't fear scholarship, don't fear thinking, don't fear academics, because you can do both. You can be a scholar, academic, and a faithful person. Why isn't your life yet another testament that actually they're irreconcilable, that they're allergic to each other, that they're oil and water?
Because if it had not been for the November 2015 policy, I'd still be reconciling faith and scholarship and teaching in church education.
So if the church rolled that back next week, you'd be back in?
No, I couldn't, because it's not just, that was the catalyst for me to step back and say, okay, what am I doing? Where am I at? So for me, John, I read the CES letter or something like that, and don't get me wrong, I don't belittle it or anyone's faith journey or challenges and stuff like that, but I read that and I think, okay, yeah, there are other ways of looking at it, but and you could shift paradigms and things like that I did my entire life. I would have no problem doing that till the day I died. But going back to what it was, so for me, it wasn't scholarship. Faith and scholarship go hand in hand, and they certainly should within Mormonism. And I stand by everything I said and wrote in the book, every single word, and I offered it as a gift, trying to help people go through that process. For me, it wasn't scholarship, they were social issues. And my commitment to social justice. That's where it was. So it's a little bit different.
It's kind of like, You don't need the church to be true, but you need it to be good. Have you heard that quote?
Yeah.
And it started to fail the good test for you in terms of it causing too much harm to certain groups of people.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
No, I mean, that's yeah.
What do you think about neo-apologetics, this new movement with Givens and Fluman and Mason and Bushman to sort of try and lead the church in this new direction? No more ad hominem, no more quasi-pseudo scholarship, no more attacks and gathering evidence to torpedo people, but just reframing everything, recontextualizing everything, and yet still holding to a core literalism. There were golden plates. You know, it was an inspired translation. This is God's one true authority church, and without the authority, you know, we're not going to make it back. There's still that kernel of literalism.
Yeah, I love what those individuals are doing. I think it's great because I think I don't see it in the way that you've expressed it as an idea to cover up or something from their perspective. I
didn't say that. I didn't say cover up.
Sorry, and I didn't mean to put words in your mouth then. Anyway, I don't see it as a negative thing. I mean, I know these people. They're my friends, and I'm telling you, these are very sincere, committed, wonderful humans who want to address scholarship and try to help themselves and others make sense of their spiritual convictions in light of it. And I think that's a good thing. I think I would hope more people would do that in all of their faith traditions.
I think the two challenges some have with neo-apologetics is, number one, they're still bolstering the claims of authority, which I think you and I would agree, or you've said you don't believe in that authority. And then they're sort of allowing people to transition to maintain loyalties without any accountability for people being misled and for people being hurt. And in a sense, they're keeping people in a church that you yourself have decided is too harmful to too many people. So in some sense, they're enabling the harm and the false beliefs.
I guess in some sense for some individuals, but for many others, it's just simply a way of trying to live a spiritual, harmonious life in light of the best information that they have.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm not one to criticize ex-Mormons or, progressive Mormons or Orthodox Mormons for wherever they're at. If something is harming them spiritually, then they need to make changes. But if it's bringing satisfaction and joy, then I completely support that and encourage them in their efforts.
Well, there's this Mormon studies community that a lot of our listeners don't know about, but it's just the MHA people. It's the people that go to the Bushman or Givens Institutes at BYU, and I don't know how that's described, but there seems to be a real currency and credibility if you maintain the believer status and if you don't speak out against the church publicly, and then if you do, you kind of lose cachet or credibility with the Mormon studies crowd. Is that something you've experienced at all? Is that true? Has that been your experience or not?
Oh, some individuals, certainly. But as a whole, I think the Mormon studies community are very accepting and of people wherever they're at. I mean, you think about Grant Hardy. I recently gave a fair presentation where he, talked about how, it wasn't his belief that the Book of Mormon was inspired fiction, but that that view should not be criticized and that it should be one that should be allowed for in the realm of orthodoxy and acceptance in the church. I mean, you're talking about men and women that are very good, very kind, loving human beings, and I haven't experienced that. I think there's an openness to accept and embrace people wherever they're at.
How does it? You've already talked about excommunications. Have you heard that Bill Reel is now being summoned to a disciplinary council?
I did hear that. Yes.
What are your thoughts and feelings? I guess you've already said it.
Yeah, I am absolutely 100% opposed to excommunication for those sorts of issues. To me, it's atrocious.
Are you at all worried that you might be excommunicated by speaking out?
No.
No, you're not worried. You don't think that'll happen, or if
no,
it happens?
I don't think it'll happen. I can't imagine that it would, but yeah, I don't worry about those things. I worry much more about, am I living a life of integrity? Am I speaking out for what I believe to be true? Am I trying to make the world a better place? Am I helping promote social justice? And am I doing that? Then, do what is right. Let the consequences follow. I mean, that's how I live. It's why I'm doing what I'm doing now.
A couple questions from our listeners, and then we'll wrap up. And this is a long one.
Okay.
Gaslighting is the LDS Church's number one method of dealing with mistakes it makes regarding its own history and teachings of previous prophets. For example, Brigham Young's teachings on the Adam God theory, which has its origins in the Old Testament. The LDS Church has a very unhealthy relationship with this theological history because gaslighting is basically denial. We don't apologize because we pretend that mistakes never happened so that we can preserve the narrative that doctrine never changes. What do you think will be the tipping point where members can finally know the problematic church history and hold to their integrity? That's the first part of this question. And then he goes on to say, I ask because part of my journey was a journey of integrity. LDS Church gaslighting and apologetics sacrifices integrity on the altar of, quote, a faith-affirming narrative, unquote, as if that is a good excuse. Whatever that tipping point may be, the church will continue to hemorrhage members from my generation until it is achieved. That's a big old meeting. Any response to that?
Sure. I agree. I certainly have seen that happen in the context of church leadership, in the context of apologetics, and I find it deeply offensive when it transpires. I mean, I've spoken out about it many times publicly and will continue to do so. What will be the tipping point? I don't know. Honestly, my sense is that, and maybe it's just because it's my experience, but I think social issues are much more serious. Contemporary social issues are much more serious for the church and struggling membership and losing people than historical inquiries or issues with scripture or those things. I especially working with the youth. I mean, it just
they don't care about Bruce R. McConkie. What Joseph Felix said.
I mean,
they don't care.
It's really. I see it. I mean, it's not just a reflection of my own experience that I see it in others. I think that's really where we stand to create a tipping point where people are going to start to really struggle to maintain membership. And I hope that's not the case. I hope the church can adapt and progress and change.
What is your reaction?
Accommodate.
Right. What is your reaction to the gospel topic essays that the church came out with? Love them, hate them, like them?
Oh, with anything mixed. Yeah, with mixed. I think a lot of they're a wonderful step forward without question. Things that I, have issues with or concerns with that I probably, if I was in a position of authority, that I would do it right differently. But it's definitely a great step forward because I think the more that we can be open and honest with the evidence that it has, and then allow for people to kind of, shift their paradigms and come up with their own way of making sense of it or leaving it behind if it makes them more happy, the better off that we'll be.
Who are your heroes in life?
Martin Luther King, Gandhi, Jesus. I mean, yeah.
Any women?
Sure. I don't know. I don't idolize men or women a whole lot.
You don't like the idea of a hero?
I mean, it's just, it's that I don't believe anybody's perfect. So I don't want to put anybody up on a pedestal where I expect that type of, where I idolize or put that sort of thing. I want to appreciate the good that they do and focus on that and try to learn from that, men or women or whatever it might be. So hero is just such a strong term. I guess my dad, my mom.
What has barbecuing been about for you?
Oh, there we go. We knew this was going to come up, right? So this is so great. Thanks whoever asked that. I just
no,
love
that was
you.
me.
Oh, that was you.
That
Okay.
was me, yeah.
So that's just one of my passions.
Rick also.
Oh, did Rick do it? I know exactly which Rick you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. So I am really passionate about barbecue. We didn't talk about that. When I become passionate about something, it's 110% that I devote. And about 20 years ago, became passionate about barbecue. And I'd always loved it, but then I just studied it scientifically and artistically and started creating my own rubs and sauces and doing competitions and things like that. The reason why I love it is because it brings community together. It brings family together, it brings people together to enjoy a good time and to, to be one. And that's really what I love about barbecue. And that's, fundamentally it.
And I think Rick wanted to ask something about a
Tell him
rub.
I don't give any recipes out.
Do you marinate your pork or just use your rub? What's the secret to your sauce? That's what Rick wants to know.
That's great. Yeah, no.
You don't tell.
Well, I mean, I do, but no, I mean, I make my own sauce. I use a dry rub. I don't marinate typically stuff. So I do brine my turkeys though. So Thanksgiving coming up.
What's been the role of music in your life?
Huge role. I still am a singer-songwriter. I don't pretend to be good at it, but
And we'll use your songs for the bumpers.
Oh, cool. Awesome.
On these episodes.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah.
So I started writing music when I was just a little kid and have continued to do so. It's a way of expressing my emotions and feelings. I think one of the ones you're going to use is a song that I wrote called Wild Heart. And,
tell us about it.
And this song, the lyrics are, don't know why I can't feel the morning. Don't know why I can't feel the dawn. Everything inside of me is lonesome, but I don't feel nothing at all. So it's this idea of really what I felt like I was going through is that, I'm kind of distancing myself now from this church in a sense that has meant everything to me in my life. And I should be so sad and devastated, but I don't feel it. I don't feel that way. I don't feel that distance and that loss. And then another line from it is, don't know why I can't say I love you. Don't know why you want me gone. And it's kind of in this Johnny Cash sort of sound and feel, and which is a genre that I love. And it's, that's it. I just, it was never a fall from grace. Going back from that, the reality is I really didn't feel wanted. And I felt like I really wanted to offer training and skills and stuff to help, but it was something that just was rejected. What I wanted to do. And I wish I could say I just completely love you and embrace you. And I do, but it's not with the same type of love that you expect. I've got a wild, wild heart, which is a heart that is, I'm trying to express this idea of wildly, no matter what the consequences, to pursue what is true and passionate and right. And that is certainly viewed by my faith community as a wild approach, but it's one that defines me. So
you still play guitar?
Yeah. We have a band called Dead Cowboys, and we play locally here in Utah. I'm playing in Park City in a couple weeks, and it's a lot of fun. I really enjoy it. Right now, I tell people my goal in life is to become a bar band that gets regular gigs scheduled, and we're almost there. We're on the cusp of major success from my point of view.
Have you seen the Blues Brothers?
What is it?
The Blues Brothers, the movie?
Oh yeah.
Where the chicken wire and they're throwing the beer bottles at the chicken wire.
Yeah, that's
your aspiration.
That's it, right? No more BYU, no more scholarship. I just want that right there. We're almost there, and it's a good thing. So,
all right. So to close, the reason why Mormon Stories still exists 13 years after it started, the reason why people still come back listening, we've now got 6 million downloads and views a year. It's crazy how much we've grown. People keep coming back because it's so hard to leave. It's just so hard to leave Mormonism. You think you're crazy. You think you're alone. You think you're broken. You can't. You think you can't be happy without it. Mm-hmm. You think you can't be healthy without it. You think you can't raise healthy, happy kids without it. So everybody's just freaking out, scared, insecure, struggling with just that transition. So you're in the middle of it. If you were to give some parting perspective to people going through it, based on what you've experienced, what wisdom would you want to leave people with in terms of how to navigate what they're going through?
Yeah. The same advice I gave to my son, and that is to embrace a religion of love, to embrace a religion of service, to embrace a religion of developing the mind, to embrace that process and to find ways to supplement that. I mean, for me, it's been now moving into prison education. For my son, it's been local community service and going off on these humanitarian trips. We're spiritual beings. We just are. We have to find ways to supplement that loss and to fill it. And I've just been so proud of my children as they've gone through this, and what a wonderful job that they've done. I've been impressed with them. My son is the National Honor Society president in Borum High School. He involved with things. My youngest daughter as well, just straight A's and AP, and she's just flourishing in this. And that doesn't mean I'm not trivializing how hard it is. It's a challenge when you go through something like that as an individual, as a family. But embrace love and to be. And I would encourage people as well. I would say, be forgiving. Be forgiving. To realize that there have been church leaders that have done and continue to do some really awful things. But forgiveness is just the only way forward. We have to learn to do that.
And then do what with your life when you're not going to church every Sunday, when you're not?
Spend time with your family. That's what we've been doing. I've had a lot more Sundays now with Sunday brunch and things like that with my wife that we've enjoyed getting together. We go to, we're really into live music. So my wife and I go hear live music every weekend now and enjoy that. The local bands that are playing, fill it with rich, wonderful activities such as that. And, I've appreciated watching you provide those sorts of opportunities socially and communal experiences for post-Mormon groups. And I think it's wonderful, John. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, thank you. So would you say you're happier now than you were before? Healthier now? Less healthy? Less happy? Somewhere in the middle? Same?
I'd say I am happier now, certainly than I was over the past couple of years, trying to navigate and figure out what I was going to do. Definitely happier now. I don't know. What was the rest of it?
Healthier?
Healthier. Oh, I'm
marriage,
absolutely healthier.
Are you a better dad? Worse dad? Better?
Oh yeah, I was really heavy. I was using barbecue and food as my drug of choice. And with that combined with scholarship, I was up to like 250 pounds and with high blood pressure, and it was completely out of control. And now I go to the gym probably 5-6 days a week. And so it's finding other things.
You're physically healthier.
Physically healthier, absolutely. Okay. And definitely emotionally, because I am grateful for critical scholarship, which helped me be more open towards social issues that are a concern in my life right now.
Yeah. So, and your marriage? Better,
Excellent.
Worse?
Yeah. Really strong, stronger than it's ever been. I've been very fortunate that way, in that we've both grown together and changed together, and that's not always the case, and I recognize that. So my heart goes out to those who are not in that situation. I've been very fortunate, and my wife has been very loving and supportive, and we, in ways we're closer now than we've ever been. We get to go out and, go hear live music, and like I said, do Sunday brunch. It's wonderful.
And you feel you're a better dad than you would have been?
Absolutely. 100%.
I imagine that's partly because you can let your kids be who they want instead of who you want them to be.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, one listener writes, maybe this is, I don't know if you want to end it this way, but Emily writes, BYU missed the boat. What they feared from David, ironically, would have given them legitimacy leverage, she wrote. I think a lot of us feel like, you missed the boat. Do you wish you were there now?
No, absolutely.
You really don't?
Really, 100%.
You gave your whole life to that, and now you don't.
I know.
You feel like you dodged a bullet?
Oh, I mean, going back to that story, John, that I shared with Ron Walker, where he predicted, he said, the day will come when you will realize what a good thing that this is, and that you will, if you had gone that route, you would not have been able to do the things that you need to do, scholarly speaking, and other venues as well. And he was exactly right. I mean, I cannot imagine what it would be like to be in a BYU position right now, given what I feel about church leadership, given what I feel about the scripture, and particularly given what I feel about the LGBTQ community and the way that we are harming them and the way that needs to stop. I couldn't survive in that environment any longer. So, no hard feelings. It was very difficult to go through at the time, but I'm in a good place now.
All right. We're literally like a few seconds left. So Next part, we're going to talk about authoring the Old Testament. We'll come back on live. Please join us for the next part. We're going to take apart all the different Mormon scriptures using higher criticism. David Bokovoy, you're brilliant.
Oh, thank you.
We love you. Thank you for the honor of Mormon Stories Podcast coming on. Thanks to all the listeners who joined us. And don't go away. Come right back for the next part after we have lunch or later.
Thank you.
Thanks,
John.
David.
Yeah.